Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lau, and this is my co-host Phương Anh. Welcome to the champion round of HSBC Business Case Competition 2024, organized by HSBC Vietnam and VCs.
As for your information, HSBC Business Case Competition is one of the world's largest competitions initiated since 2008, and our country, Vietnam, has actively participated in these competitions ever since 2014. And this round is a national scale selection process to find out the representative of Vietnam to compete at HSBC HKU Asia Pacific Business Case Competition, organized by HSBC Hong Kong and Hong Kong University, known as the world's largest business case competition. And every year, the competition is an opportunity for all of us university students all across Vietnam studying businesses and have the interest in solving case studies to compete and challenge themselves.
And I would like to walk you through again the rules of this competition. Now, for both the offline and online audience, our competitors have to go through 3 hours of case solving. That means reading, understanding, cracking, and drawing and presenting the slides with no technology. That means no research inside the room. And so one special thing about our presentations today is that the slides will be 100% handwritten and hand-drawn. And so overall, there will be 3 hours for the case solving and slide drawing as well. Today, they will have the 20 minutes slide presentation as well as 20 minutes Q&A session.
And finally, our champion will represent Vietnam in the HSBC HKU Business Case Competition organized in Hong Kong, participated from May 26 to May 29.
And we are actually alumni of this very competition last year who clinched second runner-up in the global competition. And so it brings, and also I'm very nervous for the teams to the table every year because we need to improve every single year. How do you feel about the competition today, Phương Anh?
Yeah, indeed, I am feeling a bit nervous. And I think that it's all gonna be worth it because HSBC Business Case Competition is like a life-changing milestone. It set off my foundation knowledge to set me on my current career. And I hope that all of the team today will have good luck and have the best
presentation, the 20 minutes presentations of the 4 teams. After that, we will have a 20 minutes for judges to deliberate who is the winners today. And after that, the results will be announced right in this afternoon.
And throughout this competition, our contestants have been through, and this year we have 44 teams, both regions, to be here today. And I'm proud, so that get to have you guys to be the one who decides is very crucial. So don't forget to vote for your favorite presenter after each round.
And so the 4 best presenters from each team will receive an ELSA Pro lifetime supply. And the best presenter of the champion round, we will have a separate voting for the champion round. Best presenter will have an extra month of Coursera Plus course. And so in the next coming hours, there will be 4 presentations. Each team has 20 minutes to present and 20 minutes for the Q&A session with the judges. The challenging factor of this competition that really sets this competition apart is that this case, again, was only solved 3 hours before presenting here with the teams not knowing the case beforehand. And so everybody have to understand and present the case right now.
And the business case chosen for this champion round this year is Cathay Pacific Customer-Centric Design Thinking Journey from Business Transformation to Digital Innovation.
The case is very interesting, right? Because we know that the the airline industry is facing a lot of problems with the customers, with the operations. So let's see what the teams have to offer today, right?
Yeah, so as for you know, HSBC Business Case Competition will equip us with various industry knowledge ranging from aviation to FMCG and up to construction, etc.
And so for those of you who have just joined us, on the left or the right of the audience here, and for you, those of you who's joined online, the QR code is shown on the right of your screen. So please scan the QR code to know more about our case today. And now, we don't want to let you wait any longer. Let's begin presentations. And I would like to invite the first team to present today. Please welcome and please give a big applause for Foreign Trade University, Hanoi. The stage is yours. Whenever you are ready, just speak and our time will start as you speak.
Generative AI in general, company has been actively seeking ways in order to enhance their business operation and even customer experience with this new exciting technology. And your company is not an exception. Worry not, because FG from FTU Hanoi is here. My name is Lee with my colleagues CHUNG, QUYòng, and TİNH. We will help your company achieve your vision with our two solutions. Enhance the customer experience, ensure the business operation. Now, looking into your company overview, you are Cathay Pacific Airways, a major international airline based in Hong Kong. You have great core competency. As you based in Hong Kong, you have really great geographical base. You can access great businessmen headquartered in Hong Kong and even the other region in Asia. Moreover, you have found a solid value proposition of premium airline. Moreover, you are currently operating with customer-centric product innovation with your design thinking process. With that, you have achieved great achievements over the years. So, you are having great product design thinking phase with your agile operation and the design to deliver process standardized. With this, you have greatly enhanced your customer experience and set design thinking to become a culture across the whole company. This has made your company to enhance the customer experience greatly. However, you are still yet to solve the industry volatility, especially like, for example, in terms of COVID-19, where the whole airway industry has to halt. And your revenue since then has dropped by a half and have yet been recovered. So, we define the key objectives for your company is to enhance your design thinking process. Second, to perfect the customer experience by technology while still maintain the personal touch of the premium segment. And lastly, to mitigate unforeseen industry-related risks. With that, your problem statement we define will be, how can Cathay Pacific implement co-creation in design thinking process to make it faster and more accurate? Second, to serve customer end-to-end to enhance customer experience. And third, to use design thinking in risk management to solve the industry volatility. Now, deep dive into your case, we see that the world is changing really fast, as well as the customer preference. Therefore, all the companies in the industry have to adapt quickly in order to change their business or even product to fit with the customer need and the volatility of the macroeconomics. However, looking into the design thinking process, we see that it may take 1 year long in order for your company to implement new product innovation. This is way too long because when you implement this into your company, the customer preference, the market has new challenges for you to solve. So we look deeper into it and see that the most time-consuming process lies in the solution development, which take about 2/3 of the times. Now, looking into your design thinking process, we see that you include your customer in all of the process, except for the most important part, to develop, and afterward, the customer will feedback on that prototype. We see that this is not efficient because you will lose many time in order to test the product in order to see if it fits the customer preference. Moreover, it is also time consuming to make sure that these two, the problem definition and the solution development, align with each other. Therefore, we see the key issue here is your company does not involve customer in your product development and ideation part. Now, looking into your customer, you are currently serving in the premium segment. With that, your customer enjoy luxurious experience in airway. They love end-to-end services and the ability. We see that they can, besides analytics, they can have predictive function, more especially in simulation of the scenarios, meaning that they can simulate potential risky circumstances beforehand in analyzing the past event before. However, your company is currently using AI only in the analytics of the customer insight. Looking into the design thinking process, we see that its main function is innovation development, and it involves multifunctional collaboration. This is much needed in times of crisis when all the company, in terms of the business operation, the business leader from the back end to the front end part have to work together to solve the crisis in order to keep the business keep running. However, you are only using it in customer experience development. Therefore, with both of these, we are seeing that you are having unexploited opportunity. Now, looking into the industry, your industry is really susceptible to change with all things that can change. For example, the airplane route in terms of climate, or even bigger risks like COVID-19 has halted the whole travel industry. Therefore, we see the opportunity here is that you use AI and design thinking in risk management in order to keep the business healthy and running smoothly. So, to sum up our analysis, we see that for your company to use design thinking to enhance your business, you have to solve two key issues. The first is the customer in presence in product development process and incomprehensive customer experience. With that, we suggest enhance the customer experience, and to unexploit design thinking and AI potential, we suggest ensure the business operation, better explained in the solution part.
All right, so your company is standing a lot of potential to enhance your design thinking process and also to create more touch point with your customer. And we are here to suggest you a specific strategy in order to achieve that visions. So coming to the first strategies of enhance the customer experience. First, we need to touch in the working process of your company to see how we can leverage this in order to improve the customer experience as a whole. Now, we suggest the company to adopt a term called co-creation method, in which Cathay and customer all together create a whole brand new working process that Cathay is going to share the leverage AI technologies and together with the clients who was deeply involved in the design thinking process to create, to have you shorten the designing times and so increase the efficiencies of this process. So, how it's going to work in more detail? Now, firstly, take a look at the design thinking process of the companies, and we see that in the phase designing, your company currently just based on lack of data to make decisions, and that come from the lack of data source or the undiversified data source. And with that problem, we suggest the company to also include another source of information in order to gather the right insights from the client, which is the social media platform. So you widen your data source and then trying to use AI technology, AI generative, in order to generate and bring out the best solutions for the next step of ideations. Regarding the next step of ideation, so this is the step where the involvement of customers shows the best. So the co-creation methods happen when we incorporate the AI role-play customer together with the customers as an employee of a company in order to all together without proactively generating ideas. How we can do it? So we're choosing some we base on the customer data to go for the clients who have the best engagement with us and who understands our service the most, which are the business leader who travel a lot and also the travel reviewers. So basically, those clients not just stop in filling in the feedback form passively, but also they can proactively provide us with insights in order to improve our product. And throughout this solution, we believe that your company can reduce the product design thinking process and also can increase the efficiencies of the final product. So that's all in terms of the working process from your company. Now, in terms of the customer experience, let's take a look at the current experience of the customers from Cathay Pacific. So basically, they experience 3 main steps. First is travel preparations, departure, and in-flight. And we see there's also another step in which Cathay could step in and better serve them, which is the after-sales service. However, in this step, we see that our clients often prefer personal experience rather than the physical touch or the support from other stakeholders. And that's where we suggest the company to utilize AI generative in order to understand the customer behavior better and then providing more supporting service. So what is this? Basically, we're going to try to partner with some transportations or hotel to provide the end-to-end product offerings for clients. So they not just come from us to book the airline, to check in and check out. They come to us in order to have a better lifestyle. And that's where also we need to use AI technology in order to understand their behavior, not just when they do the check-in, but also understand what they're gonna do after they land off and continue their business trip in the other step. So that was all about the first solutions where we suggest your company the strategies of enhance the customer experience. We believe that the co-creation method going to help you reduce the product design thinking times and also increase the product efficiencies at the end. Also, by expanding our product offering, we believe that your company will enhance the customer experience and get them to use our service in the long run. And all of that solution will lead to a 21% increase in year-on-year revenue growth of Cathay Pacific.
So that's how we enhance our business in order to while serving our customer. However, operating in a very fast-changing world like right now, to ensure the risk of a company is very important. So we're introducing our second strategies, which is ensure the business operation, focusing on the risk management of the Qatar Airways. So looking at the problems, you're going to see that for the COVID-19 crisis that happened with our companies, the decrease in 60% of the revenue due to the no fast response of our Qatar Airways companies, and also that the VUCA, due to the VUCA world like right now, any crisis, any scenarios, bad scenario can happen to us again that we cannot face it, we cannot foresee it. Therefore, we see the problems is that we now needing to mitigate the risk before it happens. So looking at the opportunity, you're going to see that we're having a very strong design thinking process that applying to the customer experience, and that help us to fastly adopt with the customer experience to enhance our business. And also we have a very strong AI. And looking at the top line manager, they need some basis, some quantitative data to deal with the crisis and to make the decisions, not just the qualitative data. So with that, with all of that, we're introducing our solutions, which is forming a risk simulation team, which is we're going to incorporate the generative AI and the design thinking process in order to deal with the risk management. So basically the team will be deal with many potential and material risks of the company that involve the experts of all different functions in our teams. So looking at how specifically the solutions going to happen in the realities. So you're going to see that for the design thinking process, there are 3 main phases include, which is define, ideate, and prototyping. And we are focusing on the ideate phase, where we're going to stimulate all of the case and all of the scenarios that can be happens with the risk to our company, and then analyze this case and simulate this case to find the best solutions based on 3 main criteria: the feasibility, the business impacts, and also the business character of our companies. So with that, we're hoping to provide the top-line manager of our company a quantitative impacts, a quantitative data in order for them to give the best solutions for all the risks that can be happen to our companies. So how specifically and how it's going to apply to a real case looking at the COVID-19 case, you're going to see that there are a decreasing in demand, the closing policy of many countries, and therefore with our risk simulation team, we're going to focus on simulating and calculating all the options that we can deal with the risks, such as the rerouting options or the business line expansion options. Therefore, we're going to provide the top-line manager the data to make the decisions when the risks are coming. So, all of our solutions, the risk simulation team will hoping to increase 50% of the responding time to the crisis and also the quality of the response to the crisis. So that is all about our solutions. Next, we'll come to the implementations.
Thank you for your strategy. And now, introducing our strategic plan. So here we got the prioritization framework, and as we can see that the most valuable, but it's the hardest to do, is to co-create with customer and especially AI model. However, we will prioritize it the first because this strategy will lay a strong foundation for further strategy in the future, since it will help us to reduce the time to develop new strategy. Secondly, we'll partner with online travel agency, for example, Traveloka, or as Chung said before, the product after they finish our flight to fulfill the cycle of customer. And last but not least, we'll adopt simulative AI in risk management. Looking into our detailed timeline, our tools initiative will take place in 1.5 years, since our tools strategy quite focused in AI. For example, AI role-play customer and AI simulation. We define the process to develop AI here is, first, we have to collect the past data of customer, and we will train the AI model, pilot, and improve it. Looking into the financial plan, we calculate the cost here is over 60,000 Hong Kong dollar. It sounds definitely costly. However, with our tool strategy, the revenue can increase with a compound annual growth rate of 21%. Of course, every great strategy will be followed by some unforeseen scenario, of which the most impactful risk to be realized here is the inaccuracy simulation of simulative AI model or inaccuracy in AI role model of customer. However, to mitigate it, we will input data in recent 10 years, and as long as we continuously input latest data and train it. The other impactful risk is the protest from shareholders, since the cost to develop AI model is very high. However, we believe that the digitalization, the AI is the new era of the world. And to mitigate this risk, we will ensure that we provide transparent disclosure for shareholders, as well as we provide detailed plan with risk analysis and mitigation. Last but not least, with our two strategies, enhance the customer experience and ensure the business operation. Some quantitative outcome can be realized here is 21% year-over-year revenue compound annual growth rate and the 50% decline in response crisis time.
So, with our two strategy, enhance the customer experience and ensure the business operation, we, as a team from FTU Hanoi, will not only help your company to truly use AI to enhance your customer experience, but drive long-term growth and sustainable growth in the long future ahead. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation.
Thank you, Team FTU Hanoi, for such an insightful presentation. Now we'll move to the Q&A session. Timekeeper, please keep the time for 20 minutes for the Q&A session. And I guess we would like to, ladies first, and I would like to invite Ms. Reem Pham for the first question.
Okay, thanks, team. Congratulations for your presentations. A lot of information to digest. So I just want to have a few questions for you. So can you help me to understand more about your finding that it seems Cathay Pacific doesn't have a comprehensive understanding about their customer. Where did you find that, and then how you define is the opportunity for you to grow further? That's the first question. Yeah. And the second question is more about theory of design thinking. So I wonder why we come up with the conclusion that the current design thinking process doesn't involve customer. Yeah, because the fundamental of design thinking is that you have to develop prototype and then you have to test with customer.
Yes, thank you very much for your very insightful question. So with the first question, you asked that how do we come up with the analysis that we are currently do not have enough understanding of the customer, right? Okay, and the second one is that the design thinking process. Why do we think that the company is not including the customer in it, right? Okay, so I may answer the both of these questions. So for the first one, I may clarify a little bit. We do not mean that the company does not have enough understanding of the customer, but we do think that there is still room for improvement, because looking into the data analyst of our company, they are only analyzing the customer in terms of the in-house data of our company, including the operation data, the transaction that the customer is working with us. However, we see that the customer nowadays, they post a lot on social media and other social media platforms as well. They may leave feedback on, for example, Traveloka for the flight experience, or Google things to do. And our company do not use NPL in order to analyze that. And we see that that is a great room for growth, room for improvement in order to better understanding the customer. In terms of the first question, I may clarify a little bit. We do not mean that the company does not involve the customer in the whole design thinking process. But we mean here is that they do not include the customer in the very step of developing the prototype. They understand, yes, they understand the customer really well with the data analytics, and they also interview with the customer in order to validate the problem. However, when they develop the solution, the customer is not there. The customer, we see that they only develop the prototype and then the customer tests the prototype. But they do not generate the idea and generate the solution, the customer. Therefore, we see that if we include the customer here, they will, along the way, they can already test the prototype as well as provide very interesting ideas, because they are the one who already experienced our product. So they can provide insightful solution to us as well. Besides of just providing the feedback and other testing, yeah. So that's our answer. Thank you.
It's about culture, right? So what is the culture of Cathay Pacific and how the culture has been built? That's the first one. The second one is that we have limited resources. So if we give you an investment, what would you want to do? Thank you.
So I may answer the first question, and the second question, my colleague TİNH can help you answer it. So may I clarify a little bit about the culture part? Is that because the company has been implementing for a few years, all the employees has been involved in this, all the employees in the customer experience department has already been involved, and they also have upskilling and lesson as well for the company to build the culture. And for the second thing, I may leave my colleague TİNH to answer for you.
Sorry, what does culture mean to you?
I must say that it is a kind of mindset and a kind of code of conduct where all the employees try to innovate the product with the customer-centric mindset.
I may answer your question in two parts. The first one is if you give us an investment, so as we show in the prioritization part, we will do the co-creation with customer and AI model, AI role play with customer first. Then after that, we will we'll partner with online travel agency, but this is not too costly. But the costly one is the adopt simulative AI in risk management. We will do the the costly thing is the one and the third strategy, and the second thing I want to say here is that I see that Cathay Pacific do not need like too much investment since they have a lot of cash and cash equivalent as is shown in the exhibit 2 or 3. However,
Sorry, which one you want to do and why? Only one.
one thing in this is the first one, co-creation program with customer and AI model, since it lays strong foundation for further development in the future. Because that with this strategy, we can cut down the response time, the new strategy development time, and it will match with the customer preference as well, since we adopt customer in our design thinking, and therefore the revenue, therefore we can have more customer and therefore more revenue.
Great presentation, guys, just to start off with. I have 3 questions, largely. Number 1, how will you involve the customer in the co-creation program? Can you give me some insight on how do you think the customer will get involved? How would you do it?
My colleagues CHUNG can help you answer this.
Thank you for your question. So, to be more specific in how we can incorporate our customers in the ideation phase of our product design process. So the customer here, as I mentioned, they actively generate ideas. So much different as before, when they just passively fill in the feedback forms like the yes/no question or the 5 likers rankings. Now they are here to proactively give the ideas about how the company can improve in terms of first. How we can serve the customer in terms of the UI UX of the applications. Despite they didn't have that strong technology background, however, all of the ideas are insightful and will be further validated by the company. However, all of the ideas, despite a little bit raw, a little bit like, what can I say, maybe a little bit in pragmatisms, is also a great idea for us to take into consideration and carefully develop our product offerings. That's my question. That's my answer.
Okay. Now, what kind of customers will you choose for that? If you see, as Cathay Pacific, my business largely is connecting passengers, which means I have different demographic, different geography passengers. How will you select which passenger has to be taken in for doing this ideation process?
Thank you a lot for your question. And that's also one thing we really carefully take into considerations, and we will base on the company customer database in order to define the one who use our service the most and the one who have the best engagement with our companies. So they will be the one who can provide the most insightful ideas on how can we leverage our products. And as we mentioned here, we believe that Cathay Pacific is the premium airline brand. So most of the clients, most of the customer might be the business leaders who travel a lot. And also we base on the ideas of some travel reviewers who also do a lot of travel and share the ideas to the customers. So basically the portraits of the clients that we had to with the co-creation methods is the one who first best engagement with our brand and the one with the huge influence to other stakeholders.
Yeah. All right. Just a connecting topic question on that one.
Yeah.
When you have different sets of customers getting engaged in the ideation process, wouldn't that increase the time that it takes for you to ideate? Because you have different people, different mindsets, different way of looking at things. How would you set up a method of gaining a consensus from a completely different set of customers especially during ideation?
Thank you. So as previously mentioned in the case, the customer are currently just involved in the first two process of emphasize and define, and somehow they are involved in the prototype to check the product, the final product. And that happened many times, and it takes a lot of time for the clients to comment on the prototype, and the companies based on those comments to revise their product offerings. That takes a lot of time, and when the customer involved in the ideation process, all the idea will be much more accuracies and much more, comprehensive in order for them to provide the final product with that best suit the customer need. And I think just by cutting down times on that process can help the company significantly reduce the product design thinking times by reduce the times that they need to check the prototype and fixes.
Thank you. The last question was on risk management. That's my last one. You said that you will use risk management, AI in risk management to help the business from disruptions of COVID and stuff. Could you give me a little bit more idea in what exactly, how do you foresee using an AI to help a business like an airline overcome these scenarios? Just an example.
Yes, so my colleague Kwon can help you answer this part.
So basically for the risk management solutions, we see a problems that now the top line manager, they are focusing on the qualitative method in order to come up with the solution for the crisis. However, we're going to see that for the generative AI, firstly, they're going to calculate, for example, if we are facing a closing policy from the China, so we cannot fly to China, right? And therefore, the AI generated, they can create they can base on the past case studies, or also the scenarios or the solution that's suggested by the expert of our company in order to find what are many solutions. And the generative AI is going to calculate all of that solution of the rerouting or also expanding the line of business in order to provide the manager the data to the quantitative data in order to see that what is the best solution for the crisis that we are facing.
So I would like to add on a little bit. So my friend Kwon has already helped you explain that they can simulate the outcome of the possible option in order to mitigate the risk. However, with the speculative function of generative AI, we see that in order to study into past case study before, they can plan ahead of your company and rank what is the most prominent risk right now in order for your company to develop the solution in the later phase that my friend has already said. For example, in a few years' time, when the generative AI see that there is potential factors, for example, there is some hint that a war may happen, then it already study into the past and see that, the risks that can happen if this scenario happen, and then it will help rank what is the most prominent one in order for your company to come study and develop solution beforehand.
Do you think that in this case study you already have an example of where this AI can help in risk management? Do you think in this case study there is specifically identified the problem where AI in risk management is important?
So can we have some minutes to discuss it and answer your question?
May I clarify your question a little bit? Is your question about if the risk management is really what matter in this case study, right?
No, my question is, in the case study, is there already an example of where you will deploy this AI for risk management?
So we see that there are many risks. For example, for a very specific example, which is the COVID-19. The COVID-19 can just happen one time, but other pandemic or other, such as the war of the Israel or Palestine, they can happen. They can happen in our life, and again that we can unforeseeable for us. So such as the closing policy of that countries they are facing the war or other kind of that. We don't specifically see the real risks that happen in the case, but however, due to our real life knowledge, we're gonna see that the risk management is very important for a big brand of aviation in the aviation industry like the Qatar Airways.
Doesn't that contradict with what you had said before? In one place you are saying that you want to use AI for predictive, but when you say about using AI for things like COVID or a war, it's reactive. How will you use AI as predictive?
So I may clarify a little bit. When we say predictive, I mean it may predict ahead in the future what risks may happen in the nearest future and what is the most prominent one in order for our company to prioritize the resources to mitigate the risks and develop the solution, because we can't solve all of them, right? All of the potential risks at one time.
Thank you. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
One, testing, okay. All right, so last set of questions. Look, I think going last is also probably not good because a lot of the questions have already been asked. But mine was also around the whole modelling side of things. Now, as you've already correctly pointed out, it's very difficult to cater for every scenario. And typically in business, I mean, as a business as well, we run many scenarios, sometimes hundreds of scenarios. And the one that materially comes out in the end is one that we've never thought of. How do you cater for that type of scenario where none of your thoughts have actually gone towards a particular material risk? How would this company actually cater for that? Number one.
We may have a few minutes, please. Okay, so I may answer your question. First of all, we actually we have to admit that nothing can precisely predict the future. That's the first thing. However, we believe that by planning ahead, your company can help alleviate the risk a little bit. There may be factors that our generative AI have not yet come into consideration. However, we do see that by predictive Gen AI, you can still have some factors that still align with the predictive AI. Moreover, in terms of crisis, with our first solution, we can be more agile into develop the strategy and the crisis management, so that we see that with our two solutions, we can help alleviate the very inherent risk of the airplane industry.
So may I add up a little bit? So you're going to see that our AI model not just predict the risks, but also we will help the top line manager to so for example, the expert or top line manager, they can include when the risks are coming, so they can include their solutions in the AI model. So the AI model can calculate that solutions in order to provide the best, in order to provide the business impacts or the cost that we have to take. And also with that data, we strongly believe that not just predicting the risks, but also we can we can deal with the risks more concise based on the data.
Great, so there's clearly some good benefit as well in running as many scenarios as possible using generative AI, obviously, to put yourself in a position where you have a certain scenario and you come up with various solutions. However, look, when you went through your, how would I say, your criteria of what you needed to prepare for it, one of the things that you had in there was you needed to get 10 years worth of data, for example. That's a lot of effort. So my next question is more around the cost-benefit side of things, because normally you will not always have a 50% reduction in response time. It depends on the actual scenario, obviously. However, would you really want to spend that amount of effort and time and cost for the what could be a lot less in terms of significance when it comes to response time?
So my colleagues can help you answer this.
Thank you for your question. And we all believe that 10 years of data input is a large amount. However, we will not immediately execute it, and we will spread it along the time. And we believe that although it takes us a high cost at the moment, however, in the long term, it will bring us more benefit, and it's definitely a long-term investment.
Really well done, FTU Hanoi. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And that concludes our Q&A session. Thank you, Team FTU Hanoi, for your perfect presentation, and thank you, judges, for your very insightful questions.
And having ideas and solutions is one thing, but being able to convey and persuade others is another big challenge. So that we understand the challenge, and then we initiate the prize of the best presenter. So you guys will be the one who decide who's gonna be the best presenter of each team and the whole round. And please see on the screen the QR code to scan for voting for our best presenter.
Before that, I would like to introduce the team so that you guys can know more about their names, so that you can give the best vote for each team. Please show the slide of the 4 members of Team FTU Hanoi. The 4 members are Lê Thành Trung, Lê Nhật Thanh, Nguyễn Cẩm Ly, and Nguyễn Hoàng Quân. So please, dear our audiences here, please take out your phone, scan the QR code right now shown on the screen and on the live stream. Scan the QR code, vote for your team, vote for who you think is the best presenter on the team.
And our gifts this year are very generous. 4 best presenters from each team will receive Elsa lifetime code, and the most chosen one out of 4 teams will receive an extra gift, Coursera 1-year code. Very appealing, right?
And to anyone who just joined, I would like to remind you about the rules and the competitions again. HSBC Business Case Competition is a top-tier hackathon for university students to solve industry-related problems, cases within 3 hours, cases that they have never seen before. They have to crack the case, understand the case, and draw the case and present right after the 3 hours. And the national champion from each region, in our case Vietnam, will be the representative to represent their country in the Hong Kong regional round. And also, don't forget again to scan the QR code on the screen right now to vote for the best presenter of each team. And remember, our result will be announced at the end of our today's afternoon session. Our vote for the best presenter on team FTU Hanoi will be closed within 1 minute. So dear audiences, please vote for your best presenter from team FTU Hanoi.
Hello. Welcome to.
And now we are getting ready for the second presentation. Judges, are you ready? And now introducing Team Fantastic from Foreign Trade University, Ho Chi Minh. Remember, the presentation will last for 20 minutes. And there's another 20 minutes for a Q&A sessions. And the timekeeper is over here for you to keep track of time. Good luck, team.
Hello.
So, we'll start whenever we're ready. Can we start now?
Hello.
Okay, so we can start whenever we're ready.
The time will start when you start speaking, so please start on your own. Thank you.
Welcome to Cathay Pacific Airlines. Please fasten your seatbelt, turn off your mobile phone or any digital device into airplane mode. Well, do you know the fact that airplanes can take off against the wind flow? And so believe in this philosophy, this really simplistic philosophy, we aim that Cathay Pacific would took is against the wind flow, even how hard or how volatile the wind is, with our design thinking and our customer-centric approach. So the key question is, how can Cathay Pacific leverage the design thinking and technology to enhance the customer-centric agility? So before we moving on details our PA strategy, please welcome, my name is QUYòng T. It's my honor to present alongside my teammates is Hải My, Nhật Tân, and Nhật Vi. Yes, so please welcome the company overview by Miss V.
So let's have a look about our main character today. It's Cathay Pacific. So it's a major international airline in the industry based in Hong Kong. So it's the first USB that will come to our mind, that is design thinking. That's which they apply the principles into the internal processes to improve continuously its customer experience. So how is the industry that Cathay Pacific is operating right now? So the industry with more than 800 billion USD industry revenue is a big industry where Cathay Pacific can learn a lot. And it also has 3 characteristics that our team would like to highlight today. First, it's about the climate change risk and the unforeseen changes in the industry. Second is about the digitalization trend in the industry. And third, the changing customer needs. So with these 3 characteristics, what service user or the passengers in the industry they want to seek for from outside, from Cathay Pacific? We recommend, we see that there are 2 values that a passenger will seek from us. That is stability and then seamlessness. Stability here, we mean that is stable of our service is providing for our customer. That there is no delay in our flights. It is a stable quality in our flights. And then when we have a stability, that's it about seamlessness. That is when we provide a value-added service for our customer and provide the customer responsiveness that is in demand, on demand with our customer. So how Cathay Pacific can get these 2 values? By applying design thinking principles. So design thinking principles is empowered by technology and with 2 key elements, customer centricity and cross-function collaboration, and that's on help us to gain a customer excellence. But in this case, we define customer excellence here is customer-centric agility. That's it, we can risk sensing on the unforeseen changes in our industry to provide a stable service and then can make a seamless service by value-adding services. So that's come to the question that how Cathay Pacific can leverage design thinking and technology to reinforce the customer-centric agility. Then we provide our strategy. That is the PA strategy. And B stands for planner, and A is stands for assistant. So planner here is we planning about the risks that in the industry we can meet, and then make the risk growth strategy for that. And the assistant, that's to make an AI chatbot to help our customer have a seamless services. So now let's come to the first solution, the KT planner, presented by TÜNG.
Thank you for such a detailed and insightful analysis from Nhật Vy. So here, as we know that the first, our 2 solutions will solve. The first is about the stability of our airline services, and the second, in order to solve the seamlessness experience of our customer. So with the stabilities, how can we ensure this stability into our services? So let's come into our Cathay Planner. I do believe that many of you have joined in a lot of airline services, and we have a lot of flights. And one common problems that you may feel that is some kind of flight delay. So that is quite annoying at first, and it also impacts on not only the performance and experience of our customer, but also affects of our costs and also our planning from airline services as well. So with this Cathay Planner, we aim to first plan for possible disruption that may appear in the future, and second, in order to prepare for some mitigations and make sure that how we can mitigate the impact of these possible disruption. And last but not least, we can make the execution of these risk mitigation as efficient as possible. So to be more specific, we leverage the double diamond design thinking of Cathay Pacific right now. With first, we need to discover the insight into our problems. With this, we really need some data input, not only from the news, not only from our leverage from our alliance, and also some flight organization, which collects a lot of data relating to possible risks and possible delays that we may face in whenever we have a lot of flights. And from that, with Cathay Planner, it will be in charge of scope down the focus, what problems that we need to solve, what problems that we need to focus and prioritize in order to make sure that it will be the right thing to solve and reduce the impact at the lowest level. And then we will make out some potential solutions for these disruption. What can we do in order to mitigate the impact and also the effects of these risks that we have mentioned before? And last but not least, we need an acceptance for execution. This acceptance process will show that, will ensure and decide what is the solution that will work, and also we revise in order to receive some feedback. And then the feedback loop will be the time when we revise and also make sure that all of our planning, all of our insight and data will be executed in the right way and enhance the efficiency and the possibility in the future. So with this one, with the scenario planning, so we can see here our Cathay Pacific can leverage the machine learning and also big data in order to analyze and capture the possibilities and also the impact. This process will be like on the screen. With the event will be categorized into some type of geographical, climate change, or pandemic, or even economic downturn. And with these categories, that will be specified with the probabilities of that event and the impact also based on our algorithm and from our machine learning. And also in order to make sure that these probabilities is at the precise level, we will need to consult and need a lot of expert insights into our process of building the algorithm. And then with that one, we also need to leverage the generative AI in order to build from the data that we have collected before, in order to first develop some mitigation activities, and then we have to prioritize what is the events that we need to focus right now, and what are the events that we can use, that we need to consider for a lot of resources and the cost. And also last but not least, generative AI can also help us to prepare for some reports and insight generation in order to make sure that we have a clear overview of the situation, of the possible risks that we may have. And last but not least, this is after we have defined and we assess all of the risks and activities that we may have to mitigate, we will now come into the acceptance for execution process. This process will first leverage from the reports and insight that we have collected before with mitigation. These reports and insight will be discovered more and assessed more by the agile teams with detailed strategy. And from that, the agile team will have to collect, and with cross-functional department, we'll have to solve the mitigation in a detailed plan with detailed execution, or with detailed activities in order to make sure that our mitigation will be the most effective. And last but not least, that is when all of the mitigation, all of the data has been clearly revised. That is when our mitigation can be executed. And after this process, that will be the process of revising the feedback and make sure that is there any kind of key learning that we can learn into and adapt into our algorithm in the later. So with Cathay Planner, our key snapshot would be in 3 activities. That is scenario planning, action proposing, and last but not least, acceptance for execution. With our 2 key benefits for not only Cathay Pacific, but also for our customer. With first, in order for Cathay Pacific, in order to prepare for disruption and increase the credibilities of any kind of risk that may happen in the future, and we can solve it, and we can prepare for it, and mitigate the impact of all of these risks. And for our customer, of course, when all of the impact has been solved and mitigated, that will satisfy we'll have a satisfied and fulfilled journey. So let's come into the second solution presented by Tu.
Thank you, Tang. So welcome. So that was about the internal part. So how can we have a risk-proof management process? But does the customer actually feel it? Don't worry, because we will have the second solution, which is called Cathay Assistant. So as you can see on the left side of our slides here, our traveler our customer travel experience will only have 3 phases, which is called travel preparation, departure, and in-flight, which ended with landing. However, we still see potential in the after flights. What happened afterwards? Did every flight that you took really end with the landing? So our customer persona ranged from 12 to 65 years old because they not only have digital access to devices, but also are eligible. And with their behavior, we will seek airline support because they believe that airline with their information database and their capability we can support with the best capabilities. The psychology is they are driven by value of different flights they take and driven by technology. But most of all, it's the anxiety they may feel during the legal process. So that's the insights. Let's get into what can our assistant do for them. The input we'll get from social listening, in-apps, Q&As, and also we have historical data, not only from third parties, but also from internal data. The process will be computational thinking for define the root cause. It will not be definite, but it will be branches of decision. And next will be generated conversations, because we not only value efficiency, but we value what they called the experience, the emotion, empathy. And finally is the propose and handle with claimants. The output will not only be 24 hours on 7 days active status to support our customer as much as possible, but our interactive way would allow for two-way communication so that not only our feedback end, but it will recreate a feedback loop. And finally, it's reduced burden for human, because we know that we cannot entirely rely on Cathay Assistant. But the claim that Cathay cannot deal with will be later dealt by our human legal team. And not only that, we see another potential, because what about the neutral benefits? We now classified our simpler term, but if implemented piloting success, it will be classified into other categories. For positive, just I love Miss Ying on the flight call number 370, and that's why we would define that should we reward or should we amplify that practice to increase their love for our brand. And the neutral, what is the process called A, B? So what should we do? We should educate them, because we believe that customer centricity not only powered by empathy, but also with data and with decisions. And finally, it's not negative, as you can see. Negative feedback will be remedied and improved for feeding forward. And here is a key snapshot for our Cathay Assistant. Why do we believe that Cathay Assistant is important? Because the AI chatbot here will facilitate the after-flight services for customer. Our three main activities would be collecting data, customized interaction for two-way interaction, and finally, it's a legal process that is to do with processing claim. The stakeholders as the Cathay Pacific, clearly, we will be innovation, and the customer service will improve their quality as well as productivity, because we will now have AI chatbot and the human force to deal with that. And our customer will have more conflicts that is resolved and more successful claim that reduce less efforts with more ease. And finally is the partner. But we see that these data can be consolidate and summarize into reports so that we can monetize on this source of data. And our key metrics will be customer satisfaction points, retention rate, and productivity. And last but not the least will be the timeline presented by Ms. V.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's come to the timeline part for two of our strategy, Cathay Planner and Cathay Assistant. So bear in mind that we will have three main phases. The first, we will collect the data to build the model for our digitalized system. And also, the second phase is to run pilot to see whether it's any part we have to adjust in time. And last but not least is go math. And finally, to read through the strategy, the mitigations are as follows. Our team has discovered three main risks. The first one is the technology breakdown, which we can mitigate by giving the continuously conduct a risk assessment, or even that we can prepare the backup plan data for running manually. And second is the risk of lower than our expectations of customer satisfaction, which can be mitigated by revise all of the customer journey and also proactively collect their feedback to adjust in time. And last but not least is the risk of brand reputational damages, which can be prevented by two things. First one, from external, we can maintain a good relationship with the press. And the internal, we can give the clear policy and also give the strict training for our employee. Coming to the financial impact, by running out two strategy, we can change the old CHR of 5% to 7%. And most of the costs will remain the same at 3% because we can increase the productivity from our employee and also reduce the claim when we use the chatbot to our after service. And this is the breakdown cost and revenue. We can see that for the revenue, most of the revenue it comes from the flight, and 30% is come from the F&B, which means that we sell meal or drink on the planes, and also 5% for in-app app, and also the data inside that we sell to the travel agent. And for the cost breakdown, most of the cost will come from the depreciations and the maintenance cost, and 30% for marketing and sale, and the other costs will account for 30%. And next, also, we invest into the technology, which means that we also have to consider about the CapEx as well, which here we have four main things. The first one is technology, infrastructure, R&D, and also the training and support system, which account for 5.8 billion Hong Kong dollar, which estimated nearly 750 million USD dollar. And which of this cost, we can have the payback periods of 1 year, 9 months, which the internal rate of return of 66.3% in 5 years. So in conclusion, with the BA strategy, we have to remember two things. The first is the Cathay Planner, which is the risk and mitigation planning system for all possible disruption. And the second is the Cathay Assistant, which we can give more added value for our customer experience. And by doing all of that, we can reach the revenue in 2027 of 71.6 Hong Kong dollar billion with the IRR of 66.3%, and also enhance our customer services. And thank you for choosing Cathay Pacific. And we are Team Fantastic from Foreign Trade University of Ho Chi Minh City. And together we will have a fantastic flight far and beyond with Cathay Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Fantastic, for such a fantastic presentation. And now moving on to our 20 minutes of Q&A sessions, I would like to introduce first Mr. QUYòng to prompt the first question.
Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. I really like your presentation. It's, to me, the thing is it's comprehensive, easy to understand and follow. I have two questions, right? Again, another point, I really like your analysis in terms of risk management. You lay out this different scenario and then what action plan that you have in play. In reality, that may be that we also need to do some simulation or testing from time to time to see that the people would be able to respond to a scenario or a stress scenario. So my question is that I haven't seen, because Cathay operate in many countries which have different regulatory requirements. How are you going to align, when you come up with any products or services, how are you going to align with the regulatory requirements in different markets? That's the first one. The second one is that now that we talk a lot about digitalization, visualization, or AI, I'm an old-fashioned person, so can you give me one example about AI and how it's going to really help Cathay? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So I think I will answer your first question. That is, how can we align with different regulatory measures in other geographic? So in our planning system, it will divide it into geographic planning. So it will be responsible and held by different teams from global, so they can have the expert and they have the local knowledge about the regulatory measures, so they can have to propose viable planning for each scenarios. So our planning system will divide it into first geography, and second is type risk, that is risk in market or risk in natural disaster and so on. So we can divide the scenario planning in a feasible way to make it more viable to recuse. Yeah.
Yes, so I can take the second question. My name is Tu. Please turn back to slides. The key snapshot of Cathay Assistant Key Snapshot 1. Thank you. So with our objective to facilitate the after-flight service for customer, we believe that certain concerns may arise about the personal data leakage or any cybersecurity, and also the infrastructure is different in other operators internationally. So we have reason to believe that this assistant is viable because we already have a chatbot, and as airline common practices, we have alliances, so that in the risk in Michigan we can and we should to review the new regulatory and also is to proposing with the prioritizing in terms of the global compliance, so that the global will be the first thing that will be taken into consideration. And next, for political, may I say, sensitive area, then it should have a customized or some negotiation with the government. So this is for a sketch for the general application for worldwide with the global compliance, and second for sensitive area will be further customization and negotiation. Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, thanks team for a very good presentation. So as far as I understand from this case, we was in year 2022, right? And then when revenue of Cathay Pacific is only 50% versus 19. So I believe that the job to be done is like, how can we get back the level of revenue that we have in the past? So growth is one of the big agenda for Cathay Pacific now. So tell me, what is your source of business to grow, to get back in the growth? Because I believe that the design thinking have done an excellent job to have Cathay Pacific to manage the cost, but not really the growth. So tell me, what is the source of business for you to grow? That's number one. Question number two is about risk. You focus a lot on risk, right? So tell me, if we manage all the risk that we could possibly do, does it have to drive growth?
Okay, so I think that I will take the first question about a sort of business. Okay, so can we go back? Okay, so yeah. Okay, so most of the revenue will come from the flight. The revenue when you sell the ticket, so it's mostly from the flight, and also from the flight we will have we will divide a segment like business class or even the economy class. So in different class, we'll have a different added service.
I mean, like, you want to have more people to fly, or the same people fly more from your competitor, or so where the source of business? Because for each source of business, your business approach have to be different.
Yeah, so as for the design thinking, we will blend to enhance our customer experience. So we also have the experience, we also have the ambition to reach to more new customer, as well as maintaining our existing customer. Yeah, but most of that will come from our flight and also our added service, like when F&B, we sell on the flight as well.
Yeah, besides that, in the second solution, we can see that the AI chatbot, and I believe that our both solution will have more impacts financially, because we can sell the reports while meanwhile still keep compliance to our personal data terms and conditions, so that we will have one more sources that comes from partner that want to have our reports and wants to have our decision-making suggestions. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add in for my teammates. So we do acknowledge that in order to make sure that the business growth is there, that is a really important thing that we need to focus. However, in this one, all of what we focus to is not only improve the customer experience, and these customer experience, when it is improved, that will lead to a higher and a better growth, better like source for our customer in order to use our service more, and also have more credibilities in our brand, in our Cathay Pacific. Yeah, and that is what we aim for in our case. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. I'm actually glad my colleague asked about the growth side of it, because I think your presentation did focus really well and articulated the risks very well, and as Kwa was also saying, the presentation really flowed well, so thank you for that. My question is more a question of clarification. There was somewhere in your presentation where you spoke about there being brand reputational risk. Can you expand a little bit more around that piece and where that brand reputational risk exists?
Thank you for your question. I think I will take this question. So brand reputational damage is kind of like, for example, when you have to wait for a long time to take your turn, or even that you will have to delay ticket, delay flight or something like that. So it will lead to customer dissatisfactions. So when they don't like, or when they don't have a good experience with your brand, they will go on social and maybe they will review you with a low star or something like that. So it will immediately affect your brand as well. Like, because you know that word of mouth, right now, word of mouth, like people will share. So if the brand reputational damage is some kind of that. Yeah.
So where does the brand reputational risk actually exist in the solutions that you're putting forward now then? Just want to better understand where you're coming from a brand reputational risk, from what you're suggesting here.
So I think that during our strategy, we also point out some kind of the brand reputation damage, since we can try to reduce of the, like for example, the Cathay planner, which is the risk and mitigation planning system. So we try to have that system to mitigate the unprecedented event to our customer, to enhance our customer experience, to make them have a seamless experience when they use our brands. Yeah.
And I would like to add up into that, for the Cathay Assistant is actually kind of a gray area when we leave the claims processed by an AI chatbot. May I say unprecedented in the airline industry. So I should believe that that the key metrics not only reflect the risk, but also that there is unprecedented reputational risk also. Who will take care if the claim was left dissatisfied, or worse, if the claim was unaddressed? Yeah. So that will when the airline comes into force, and behind the scene we will have infrastructure, IT with cybersecurity to really enhance it. And the pilot thing is the fact that we are ready for those kind of risks. Yeah, in order not to happen, whatever the innovation is. Yeah. Okay, so we're ready for other questions.
Thank you. That was a good presentation. I just have a couple of questions, and I'm going to start from this point. You started off with this customer-centric agility. That is what you said is what is required, right? So what do you mean in your thought process? What is customer-centric agility?
Yes. So our group really strategy is about to make our service stable and seamless. Stable here is that when I come to the flight, I don't want my flight to be delayed. I want my quality at every flight is the same. That is stability. About seamlessness, it's about more than stable. That's when we have I have a problem. I come to the flight and I am resolved comprehensively on time. That is seamlessness that our group define. And this is also about the value added service. When I buy food on the planes, on the flight, make the after sales service with the procurement prior to the flight, it is smooth and there is no problem. That's our group define as seamlessness. Yeah.
Okay. And now my follow-up question to this answer that you gave me. Yes. I'm sort of a little bit confused. If you are providing a solution or you're selling a product? Because are you saying that because I do not have an chat assistant, I'm not achieving this? And that's why you say that chat assistant as a product is required to achieve this? Or are you talking about the process within the airline which needs to change?
Yeah.
Okay, so we do believe that with our first solution, the Cathay Planner, that is the kind of new process that we want to implement into our organization in order to make sure that the risk and mitigation will be well implemented in the future, and we can, and yeah, that is about the new process. And yeah.
Sorry, I'm interjecting. How is that different from what is being done today as per the case study? How is what you're proposing as a planner different from what is being done today?
We see a very big challenges in this industry, like with a lot of industrial changes and unforeseen changes that we may face in the future. Then how can we mitigate the impact of those things? And that is what I cannot see in the case study. And we only see how the design thinking is applied into our customer experience, but not in providing a solution for any kind of new changes in the industry. So with our Cathay Planner, that is the process that we will try to implement, and we will try to focus on solving any kind of new risks, new changes in the future, and ensure our success in the long term.
Okay, and what is the justification that you have, or what is your proposal of what a Cathay assistant will do, which is probably not currently being done? How does that help to solve the process? And I see a lot of your case study is based on claim processes. So is there sufficient evidence to prove that the claim process is a basic pain point or is a major pain point which has not been addressed by Cathay Pacific?
Okay, so for the Cathay assistant, I understand your concern that whether the legal process is actually the pain points, is it proven or not? But according to our analysis of the current framework and the future framework, then we see that we haven't included yet. So that means that it is yet to be under control within the other services, other values that the Cathay service offer. So that is the incentives that we propose to add in to more, so that the travel experience can be further expanded and further improved. Because again, the current state is that we will end it in the landing. So the framework does not consider any after flight.
And how much do you think? And okay, from a passenger perspective, why do you think a passenger will converse with the airline after the flight? I mean, from an application perspective, if you have a mobile app, you generally see that the interaction between the customer and the app is during the transaction that is taking place. So through his journey, maybe yes, he will interact for various reasons. But how do you see, how would you build a
Yes, so how do we ensure that they will interact in the after flight? First is that is for the cases that they actually have concerns for the claims. For example, their luggage is lost, or for example, the luggage was insufficient to the thing that they brought on board. And other thing is that currently we are running surveys after flight. So instead of directing them to another channel to converse with them about how is your feeling after the flight, then please just return to our travel experience. And that points to the seamlessness of our new travel experience with Cathay Pacific. I hope that satisfies your answer.
All right, thank you. Sorry, you have something, please?
Okay, so I want to add up from my experience about the after flight. You mean like why after flight is very important, right? So I do believe that the customer experience is must go before, during, and also the after. Because I also have the experience is that one of the airplane brand that I have delayed 2 days. And when I call onto the hotline to ask for the reschedule, but they are all occupied, so I cannot reach them. So by introducing the chatbot AI, so we can easily go and interact with that chatbot to solve our problem, to enhance our customer.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you. We are willing to take more questions, I guess.
Because we still have time, so I have the last questions. Okay. So for the case, I understand that Cathay Pacific have done an excellent job on design thinking, right? And the following phase is about how can we use the development of technology, in this case the AI, to make it even work better. Not so sure I see in your presentation, or I may miss it, but like exactly where the AI has to improve, enhance the excellent job that design thinking has delivered over years.
So first of all, thank you for your question. So first of all, in our Cathay Planner, wait a second. Okay, so in our Cathay Planner, our main objective is to define the risk and also the mitigation in order to make sure that there would be no like heavy consequences after the risk happen. So with this one, we not only need to build an algorithm for our machine learning in order to learn about...
Sorry to interrupt you. Do you know the beauty of design thinking? Why people love to do the design thinking? What's the advantage or benefit of design thinking?
So with the design thinking, of course we apply it into our new process, and in this time we just need a little bit more support from AI and machine learning in order to make sure that our in this one, it is to scenario planning. That is when we use machine learning and big data in order to make sure that we can learn a lot about the current practices, some kind of news, some kind of new risk that we may face in the future, and then we will use algorithm in machine learning in order to calculate the probabilities of these events. And from that, we also need a little bit more consultation from our expert in order to give the most precise insights. And with that, we also use generative AI in order to help us more actions in the future. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you all for our consideration and question. Thank you all. Once again, we're Team FTU2 called Fantastic.
Thank you, Team FTU Saigon, for your amazing presentation, and thank you, judges, for your question. I'd like to announce that the Q&A session is over. Now, just like our previous break, after every team presentation, we will have a little vote for the best presenter from each team, from you guys, the audience. So let me reintroduce again the 4 names from the team FTU Saigon. That is Lê Phạm Nhật Vi, Trần Lê Hải My, Nguyễn Thị Quỳnh Thư, and Huỳnh Tấn Bảo Tân. These are the names that you will be voting for, and the QR code will be shown on the screen right now.
And amid the time, I want to share an interesting news with you. So during our champion round this year, happening today, other universities from other countries has just finished their champion round and selected their representatives. So for example, in Hong Kong, they have selected our Hong Kong University of Science Technology to represent Hong Kong in their mainland for this year. And we are so excited to see who's gonna represent Vietnam for this year competition.
And while in our break, don't forget to scan the QR code, vote for the best presenter from Team FTU Ho Chi Minh City while we wait for the next team for the presentation. Thank you. all of us again about the rules of the competition. All of our competitors have to go through a 3-hour session where they have to crack a case, read the case, crack the case, understand the case, and also draw the slides with their hands, with no technology involved. That means no research, no internet. So it is very tough for our students to learn. Judges, are you ready for the next presentation? Are we all set in the audience? All right, let's go to the third presentation of today. Please welcome Team Optimus from RMIT Saigon South Campus.
Mic check. Okay, shall we start? Okay. Okay, dear esteemed judges and audience, when was the last time you were on an airplane? And what was it for? Well, for me, the last flight that I can possibly remember is actually me and my mom's flight to Ho Chi Minh City 2 years ago. And the reason why it is so memorable for me is because it marks the start of a self-exploration journey in a whole new city, full of uncertainties, but also lots of excitements. But to my mom, that flight was for a long-awaited reunion with her childhood best friend, and where she can experience this joy of seeing a loved one after years apart. And as you can see, one flight, but countless expectations. And understand this very beautiful element of human natures. Many airlines have strived to personalize their customer experience, and your company, Cathay Pacific, is no exception. And we, Optimus Consulting, is here to help you further foster this mission. Our team, including me, Phương Nguyễn, Ngọc Nguyễn, Thương Nguyễn, and Thu Bùi, proudly representing RMIT Saigon South. Now, I'll leave the stage to you, Thu.
Before I walk you into any further analysis, let's have a look at your company current situation. Your company position yourself as a full-service premium airline, and you have a very great vision to move people forward in life. Your current strength, and you prioritize yourself in massive flight network digitalization. Your revenue stream comes from two main sources, from the passenger and from the cargo. And you have an ecosystem benefits of not just in travel, but in lifestyle and experience. And your company has evolved to be very customer-centric. So with after the COVID-19, and especially after 27, your company has undergone a transformation journey, and you have applied the double diamond of design thinking into your company's transformation. And we see that from here, at the center and at the cornerstone of this double diamond of design thinking is the customer insight and empathy. And we see that from the macro environment, there are a lot of opportunities for your company because you there is rising travel demand in Hong Kong, to and for Hong Kong. However, the threat is that there are unforeseen weather disruption and changing customer demand landscape, leading your company to come to us with a critical business question. With design thinking, how can Cathay Pacific capture opportunity and mitigate disruption threats? So before we walk you into any analysis, let's have a look at our framework today. We'll get you through the category and customer to analyze their impact on your company, Cathay Pacific. We see that your company is currently having a lot of risk from weather, poor weather condition, and notably the recent Dubai storm that is raging. And there is also unexpected mechanical failures. However, your company's massive network of flights has even exacerbated this problem, and this will have a detrimental impact on your customer experience. If we look into the left of the graph, we can see that the customer experience without disruption will be most optimal in flight. However, when there is pre-flight disruption, your customer experience will be severely impacted throughout the whole flight journey, and leading us to identify the first threat your company is currently facing, which is disruption will severely impact the entire customer journey of Cathay Pacific customer. Now, moving next to your customers. Before we delve into any further analysis, let's have a look at this customer experience pyramid. We see that at the top, at the bottom of the pyramid, customers, when customer want your company to solve your problem when they ask, and they want you to solve their needs when they ask, and your company has done very well on this. Your company has gathered information and customer data from the feedback and try to adjust based on their requirements. However, the top here is the highest level of customer satisfaction, and your company, Cathay, this is your dream, but your company has not reached this level. Therefore, we see an opportunity. We see that personalization is the key to achieve the highest customer satisfaction. In order to recap, we see that your company currently has one opportunity, which is personalization. And secondly, your company has to mitigate the threat from disruption, weather event, and unexpected event. So what is the way forward? We see that when it comes to mitigate disruption risk, we can solve the root cause, which is the weather event, and ease the impact of customer bad feelings. When evaluating this based on feasibility, desirability, and sustainability, we see that solving the impact, which is easing customer bad feeling, is most desirable and feasible for your company. However, this is not sustainable in the long term because your company has yet to solve the root cause of the problem. Therefore, we suggest a horizontal approach is crucial to manage operation. Now, coming next, when it comes to how can your company personalize and who to personalize, we see that two most prevalent customer segment in the airline industry is the for leisure travelers and the for work travelers. For the for leisure traveler, these are the volume drivers of Cathay Pacific, constituting, estimating that 60% of the total passenger airlines are for leisure, according to Fortune 2023. However, and this presents a potential source for your ecosystem to thrive and further to boost your social image as a Hong Kong pride. When it comes to for work travelers, we see that these are a potential source of traffic because according to Fortune also, we see that 75% of airline profit are from this customer segment. However, these two customers have divergent needs. For the work travelers, they are looking for an all-inclusive and also a work-driven package. Meanwhile, for the for leisure, they are looking for something fun, something entertaining. And leading us to identify the way forward for your company is that personalization based on their wants. However, when it comes to how can we further personalize, we see that the current approach of your company, the job to be done model, stops at the in-flight. What about the post-flight? Because we identify that as an airline customer, we see that the post-flight is what makes us remember of an airline, and that's what makes a whole customer journey complete. Therefore, we propose a full circle approach for your job to be done. And with this, we propose with you two solutions. Firstly, clear for the takeoff, and secondly, reach the sky to ease to manage better the operational efficiency and ease customer and better enhance customer experience. Now coming next to two for the clear for the takeoff.
Thank you too for comprehensive analysis. And now we will come to how to curb the disruption. By first, ease the symptom or the impact. And second, tackle the root cause of the problem. So first, how can we ease the impact? When it comes to delay, what does it mean for people who go travel for leisure? I believe that for a long delay day, they will feel very bored of having to delay. And that is also the reason why we want to tap in the entertaining them at the departure. But this is quite not similar with the forward passenger because they care more about punctuality, real-time, and a real-time partner. That is also the reason why we want to provide the quickest off-board program when it comes to the destination for forward business passenger. And that is also the first solution that tap in the Cathay Leisure touch point, focusing on 4 main points, focusing here, and we want to deliver these services, 4 main services, by partnering with in-airport partners in order to provide them entertaining before they come and providing a very good leisure activities for them. So how about business passenger? We believe that we can provide business passenger quickest output program through 3 main stages. The first one, focusing on get off. Second is about package. And the last thing is about transportation to the hotel or the destination they want to come. And that is also 2 solutions we provide in the short term. However, we believe that this is unsustainable because the root cause is there, the disruption is still there. That is also the reason why we want to tackle the root cause by evaluating who should be responsible first for disruption in the airline and airport. We have seen that even though the airport have the full responsibility and operation during the disruption because they manage the flight management. However, this make a huge impact on all of the airline, including Cathay. And that is also the reason why we believe that the collaboration between both airport and airline are very important to solve the root cause of this disruption problem. But before that, we would love to introduce you the new initiative of technology that can be used to mitigate or even eliminate the disruption by ML forecasting system. Solve a variety of aspects such as weather, disruption about equipment, and also operation within the airport. And we believe that with this, we can provide predict all the prediction and mitigate the disruption for the airport and also the airline. And we will also partnership with the tech enabler in order to do this. But I want to ask you a question. What do you think when it comes to AI? I believe that it's not just about data. It's about full data integration. And that is also the reason why I said that there should be a collaboration between both airport and airline to solve this problem, for data sharing and for an ecosystem to solve this problem. And we believe that we have One World Alliance, that Cathay is the first founder of One World Alliance with up to 13 premium members. And we can leverage this networking in order to ask them for data permission from all the airports in the world so that we can have the great data access and we can resolve the problem by predicting all the issues regarding the operation. And we believe that with this both short-term and long-term solution, we can solve by enhancing the prediction ability and ensure a seamless customer journey with the long term. And besides that, with the disruption management, we believe that we can ease the boredom for the leisure, and we also can ensure the punctuality for all of the passengers who go for business purpose. And now, over to Phương.
Thank you, Thương, for such a comprehensive solution. And next up, my solution would like to talk about how we can further personalize the customer experience across all stages of the customer journey. So, introducing Sylvie. Sylvie is Cathay's Gen AI-powered personal concierge who will accompany the customer not only in the booking stage, like what Cathay is doing now, but also through the 3 other stages, which is the departure, in-flight, as well as the post-flight. So by using data from the customer profiles, social media, as well as the real-time progress of the customers, Sylvie can provide the personalized experience in 4 stages. The first stage is the travel preparations. So in the travel preparations, along with the departure as well as the post-flight, Sylvie will act as a personal assistant. This personal assistant not only help the customers in creating a suggestion in booking as well as the packing based on the weather, the destination's weather, but they can also guide them real time through the departure process, as well as help them with the off-board, as well as provide support in terms of accommodation as well as the transportation. However, in the in-flight stage, Sylvie will now act as a facilitator that enables the cabin crew to deliver the most personalized service. So specifically, cabin crew can click on the customer profile to see the insights as well as the actions that are recommended by Sylvie. And these insights and actions are not only generated through the customer profile, but also through the customer behavior in the previous stages. And we believe that by learning such small actions, cabin crew can now deliver actions with a big impact on the customers. So that's a little bit about our mechanism for Sylvie. Now let's look into the use case. How is Sylvie in action? So now let's revisit the 2 customer groups that we have analyzed in the analysis part, which are the customer who go to work purpose as well as the leisure purpose. So in the work purpose, representing this group is Harvey. Harvey is 32 years old and is traveling to Japan for conference purpose. And Harvey has a healthy lifestyle and therefore he would love some healthy foods as well as clean menu. And because he is going to work, he carries this work-driven intentions, and he is very professional, and that's why he expects the same level of service. And in terms of the second group, which is the leisure purpose, representing this group will be a group of 4 friends, and they got so burnt out after COVID-19 that they decided to go on a wellness trip to Maldives. And we found an insight of this group is that since the flight experience for them tend to be not very comfortable, they usually perceive that their journey only starts when they have arrived, when they have been at that destination. And Sylvie can transform this mindset from journey start upon arrival to journey starts the moment that they step in the airport. So now let's look into how we can further make that come true, right? The first group, the work passengers. We have offered them with a package called Saving the Time. So Saving the Time will allow them to help them to, as they walk in, they will have, Sylvie will navigate them to the in-airport workspace as well as suggest them with the Wi-Fi package. And as they step on the airplane, the cabin crew will hand them with a work-life amenity kit to provide sufficient rest as well as efficient work. And as they have landed, Sylvie will also recommend them with the destination that will allow them to visit in a short amount of time. And the second group is the leisure, where we have this package called Sharing the Fun. As soon as they step on the as soon as they step on the airport, we will get them to the vacation mode as soon as possible by navigating them to the nearest wellness spot, as well as provide them with the spa-inspired amenity kit. And after that, we will also provide them with suggestions based on destinations and all. And so I have been talking a lot about this AI concierge, right? But how we can further elevate this, and I have actually dropped a little hint across the way, which is the Cathay people. We believe that in a rising technological era, customer trust become a currency that can only be facilitated through the human interaction. And that's why we will provide them with engaged training to get them familiar with Cathay, with Sylvie, and as well as to equip them with the necessary digital tools, as well as empower them to make the decision that they think will be the best for customer based on the insights generated by Sylvie. And I believe that this will help personalize the customer experience based on having impact on the 3 factors: service, human, and marketing. Now, how to make this all possible? Over to you, Ngao.
Thank you so much, Phương, for such a comprehensive strategy. Now, to make all this come into practice, let me walk you through the implementation. So our implementation plan will cover from 2 years, over 3 years by 2026, and we will have launched our product by 2025. However, every great strategy comes with risk, and we have also identified it here. So we have identified 3 risks, which is traffic overload at offline touchpoint,
conflict of interest between our alliance and the data privacy concern. And we will also have mitigation for each of this risk. Now you may wonder how all of this will have an impact on your current performance. So here's our assumption. We will help your company, Cathay, to increase 10% in passenger year-over-year growth with a 5% increase in load factor as well as 85% in on-time performance. And this translating into increased number of customers and help your company recover 100% pre-COVID period in 2025. And with this will also have a tremendous impact on your current financial performance, which will increase your revenue from net loss in 2023 up to $15 billion in 2027. And with this, it will be increased mostly from the increase in passenger revenue. And the cost will also along the way in operations. However, we also have plan to reduce this cost as time goes by. And yet we're looking further into the cost, so we require some capital expenditure of up to $450 million, which will be allocated on the disruption program, machine learning, staff training, data R&D, as well as the AI concierge. And the operation cost is presented here. So this will generate your company a positive cash flow with a total net profit of around $5.5 billion, and will give your company an ROI of 22% within 3 years and a payback period only in 2.5 years. So to summarize, we are here with our two strategies. First, the Clear for Takeoff, which is a risk management program and LM Power forecasting system to help your company curb disruption to ensure seamless journey. And second, Read the Sky, a Cathay Gen AI powered personal concierge. This will have tremendous impact on your current performance by increase your revenue up to CAGR 6.5%, increase your customer experience, as well as your company can become a pioneer in applying digital technology in the airline industry. And most importantly, Cathay Pacific can now proud to become the pride of Hong Kong. Thank you for listening. We are Optimus, and we are now open to the Q&A session.
Very impressive presentation, Team Optimus. And now let's proceed to the second part, 20 minutes of Q&A sessions. Let's begin with you, Mr. Yong-Han.
Testing. Okay, thank you, Team RMIT. Suffice to say, look, that was a lot of information, and I think there were a number of situations there where I was saying, you know, stop, I want to have a look at the slide a bit more. But look, I'm going to leave most of the other technical and more detailed questions to my fellow colleagues over here. But the question I had to ask was, as I said earlier, there are a lot of information here, a lot of fantastic ideas. My question is, if I was to give you one thing that you would do, what would you prioritize and why? And just the background to that is, typically when we have a whole bunch of these ideas that come forward, it takes a lot of effort and time. And any sort of transformation, we want to understand as an executive, what's the prioritization scale? So can you detail that a bit more for me?
So first of all, thank you so much for your question, and also thank you for your compliment. And I believe that regarding this, we have also discussed, and I believe that my colleague, Thương, can you help me with this?
Thank you for the question. And I believe that regarding the priority, we prioritize the short-term solution in tapping the need of ease, the same time, and the impact of the delay to our customer. Like if they want to, like our first solution, targeting, yes, like this one. So we can ease the same time in the short term. And second priority, focus on FTU solution, focusing on the CV chatbot, because we can easily integrate these kind of information about customer demand on our concierge service. And the last priority will be our ML forecasting system. I hope that addressed your question. I want to add on to my colleagues a little bit about the reason why we prioritize the short-term disruption management program. Because we believe that when your company can successfully satisfy the customer and ease their pain, create a painless customer in-flight and in flight and during the flight journey, your company can increase your number of customers, and this will lead to, although the price of the package will be the same, this will lead to an increase in volume, and that's the reason why we believe this is a short win, and we prioritize this solution. I hope that answers your question.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that can you help me to speak again about the two key issues that in your presentation?
Thank you very much for this question. We see that Cathay, first of all, is doing very well in terms of digitalization as well as offering top-notch customer service. We don't see there is actually an internal issue with the company. However, we see that if your company, because your company in the case mentioned that your company wants to move further into the next level of customer service, that's the reason why we identify one opportunity, which is personalization to achieve the highest level of customer satisfaction, and secondly, the threat from disruption. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions, right? First about the AI that you mentioned, and then everything, the solution or idea, initiative that you seem to be from AI. But the thing is, in order to deliver that the products or services, that you need human, and you need the collaboration or the agreement across functions. I haven't heard about that. That's one. The second thing is that during the COVID-19, people stay at home, people spend a lot of money on goods, right? After the COVID now, people shift from goods to services. And there pent-up demand for travel. And for instance, like Vietnam, this year that we expect that the tourist arrival to Vietnam would be around the level pre-pandemic, the same in the US, the same in the Europe, without doing anything, without investing anything. I would expect the same level of customer or even higher than pre-pandemic. Then my revenue going to be up more or even higher than pre-pandemic. Why would I spend $450 million US? That's a lot of money.
So first of all, thank you so much for your question. So I believe that is two questions. The first one is about the human element in our solution. The second one is, why is the investment worthwhile for your company to achieve the customer and further grow in the future, isn't it? So for the first question, I believe that my colleague, Phương, you can address this concern for him.
Okay. So regarding the human element in the AI solution, which is the Sylvie personal concierge, this also come up with our discussion because we are aware that digitalization is actually a race of resources. Like company with more resources will eventually catch up, and that's why we will have to find another differentiation point. And the differentiation point here, we believe, will be the human, actually. Will be the frontline employees, the cabin crew. And we also saw that in the case, Cathay has also took action by equipping them with the necessary digital tools, specifically the tablets, but we want to push that further by empower them to make the decision that they think will be the best for customers based on the insights that are generated by Sylvie. And in order to do that, we will also have to provide trainings, right, so that they can get familiar with that, and that is also one of our elements in the human elements. Yeah, so I hope that answers your concern regarding the human factors.
Thank you. So regarding the second question, I will clarify a little bit. So as you may know, Hong Kong is open much more later than Vietnam and in other countries, and so that is the reason why we expect that if we don't invest anything, the recovery will happen later, which is in 2026 or 2027. However, with our strategy, we will help Cathay to regain its customer as well, recover quicker in the first quarter of 2025, and this will help your company to generate more revenue in the long term. So before COVID, the revenue of your company is around $11 billion US, but with this strategy, you can further grow in terms of revenue, and this is our projection into 2020 and 2027, and your company by invest in this technology, which is the future. Your company can expect a more growth in your revenue in the long term. It's not just limit in these 5 years. So I hope that answers your question.
So I would like to add on a little bit to my college answers. So as you have mentioned before, is that there is a trend going on called revenge travel, right? So people just they have a tendency to book destination without incentivizing or anything, right? However, we believe that this also present an opportunity for your company to shine, because this is actually the period that there is a surge in the customer demand. And if we are able to impress them during this stage, we can have a long-term impact on them. And that's why we believe that this investment will be worthwhile. Thank you so much.
Hi. Really good presentation. I think you have a lot of support back here. My questions are 3 or 4 questions here, and I'll try to get it very quickly. Number one, you were referring to the airport airline responsibility. How do you really foresee that coming? Because the airline and airports have different objectives from a customer standpoint of view. An airport likes the customer waiting for long because he will spend more time, he'll get hungry, he'll eat something, that generates revenue for the airport. But the airline doesn't like it because they want the customer on board ASAP. So you have 2 conflicting objectives from a passenger between an airport and an airline. So how do you expect that to be an integral part of what you're trying to propose as a solution?
So thank you so much for your question. That's a really critical concern. And we have also discussed that during our discussion. And I believe that my colleague Thương, you can explain the synergy between the 2 parties.
Yeah, so thank you for a very critical question, and I believe that we have one thing that the airport cannot deny: this agreement. Thus, this agreement can prevent the disruption and it kind of like mitigate the disruption. This can help them to decrease the operational cost within the airline a lot. I will take a case study between the Boston Logan and JetBlue. JetBlue has invested the same thing here, but not advanced like us. But they can save for the airport up to $400,000 annually because of decreasing operational costs. And I believe that this can tap the pain point of the airport in the operation. And I hope that addressed your question.
Okay, I take that answer. The second question is a little bit based on the case study. So you've talked about your AI sort of some solution, Sylvia or something like that, right? So sorry, if I don't remember the name. You've already identified what Sylvia is going to do. But I think one of the things that we were hoping to have an answer was, or one of the queries that we are trying to see as an answer from you guys here is, how is that AI going to tie in with the existing design thinking process that we have in Cathay? That we have not seen. How are you linking that? That is what we are looking at. We already have a process. So how are you going to link that AI tool that you're creating to the design thinking process?
Thank you so much for your question. That's also the very critical and important one. So regarding this, I would invite my colleague Thư. You can help me to address this concern.
So first of all, I would like to answer this question by stating that the design thinking process at Cathay, the core of it is customer centricity. And for us, as we go through the case, we identify design thinking as Cathay's framework for innovation and for transformation to be customer-centric. And that's the reason why we think that our solution will definitely be tied in with Cathay, because we are basing our solution on one thing: customer insight. A lot of customer insight, and that's the reason why we think that it definitely and completely ties in with Cathay's current framework for design thinking.
Which part of the design thinking process is your AI assistant going to help?
I think I can add on the Sylvie and which part. So in the design thinking process, there is base of feedback collection at the end of the stage. So that is an example. And our concierge service also collect the feedback from the customer when they experiencing our service. And that is how we integrate into our current operation in design thinking. I hope that addressed your question.
All right, thank you. Last one is, you talked about data access between alliance airlines. Why do you think British Airways will give you the name of its premium first class passengers?
So I would like to clarify a little bit. So you may wonder about a data sharing between the airport and the airlines, isn't it?
Why would British Airways is also an alliance member with Cathay. So why would British Airways give Cathay access to its first class passengers data?
So I see. The question here is like, why is have to like keep the data of the premium customer, isn't it? So regarding this, may I invite Thương? You can help me with this.
Yes. So first, thank you for the question, and I think that I would like to clarify a bit about the data sharing here. So we focus on the operational data in terms of whether the customer flow or the weather forecasting system. So it's about operational data sharing between airports and airline in order to get the full data integration. So it helps us a lot in forecasting because AI demand data to forecast. So regarding the customer data and privacy, we don't touch that deeply. Yeah. So.
And which solution can you have in the case study? Yeah. Which is that problem that you can solve using data and analysis? Do you think there is something mentioned in the case study? And if yes, what is that specific problem that can be solved by having AI machine learning data?
To clarify a little bit, so you want to mention about what solution can use data analytics as well as the AI and machine learning things, isn't it?
No, sorry. Which problem is mentioned in the case study which can be solved using machine learning and AI?
Which problem in the case, right? So regarding this, Thư, I believe that you are the right one.
I can answer this question. So during the first part of the case and also in the way forward, the case mentioned that Cathay Pacific is having a lot of disruption from poor weather condition as well as mechanical failures. And that's the reason why we think that by implementing an ML forecasting, we can help the airlines, both the airline and airport, predict as well as predict more accurately and help them schedule the flight to ease the disruption. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, congratulations team for a very good presentation. So I just want to understand, get understanding about like, so Cathay Pacific, they has been successful as a position themselves as a premium airline. So from your proposal, which area, which aspect can help to enhance that premiumization or premium image?
So your question is about like which solution or which aspect of our solution is will enhance our premium positioning, isn't it? Phương, I believe that you're the right one.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your question. And I believe that to further enhance its premium positioning, one of the factors that we have incorporated throughout our solution is the personalization factors. Because when it comes to premium, customers tend to think about the exclusivity and the personalized experience that they can receive from that. And that team is also have been facilitated and reinforced throughout our solution of Sylvie. And furthermore, our solution of disruption also take into consideration of their insights. Can you move to the? Can you help me to move to the Thương solution? Okay. As you can see here is the laser pinpoints. These laser, yes, that's one. These laser touch points are also derived from the customer insights. Actually, the laser passengers will comprise of two groups, which is family and friends. So in the families, we will have to balance the need of the parents as well as the children, right? So that's why we will have a solution for both wellness as well as the family zone. And for the family, for the friends group, they will be excited by the socializing opportunities.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
yes.
We're talking about personalization, right?
Yes.
Do you think personalization and personal touch, are they the same?
I believe that the personalization and personal touch they share some similarities, but also some differences. And we believe that the key difference here is from the human factors, actually. The personal touch can only be facilitated and further reinforced by the humans, which is also one of the themes that we have tried to stress out here. And the personalization will be delivered through Sylvie mainly, and Sylvie will also give suggestions to the humans. That's right. Yeah.
That's my point about premium
Yeah.
image. Is it coming from personalization or is it coming from personal touch? So,
Thank you so much. That's a very interesting question. Yeah.
Do you have any further questions?
Okay, thank you, our judges, and thank you, Team Artemis, for your very excellent performance. Okay, we are back with the screen voting for our best presenter again. And now let me introduce the team. Optimus from RMIT Saigon South Campus. The first member is Bùi Xuân Thư. Second is Nguyễn Thị Thanh Ngọc. Third is Nguyễn Phúc Hoài Thương. And the fourth one is Nguyễn Thị Lâm Phương. Let's vote for your favorite presenter for this round. And next up is the screen of the QR code for you to vote.
And during this break, I would like to introduce our organizer for today, VICSIS. VICSIS is a non-profit organization committed to provide equal access to university education. VICSIS invests in students who have challenging backgrounds but are full of potential, passion, and determinations. And in this break, please don't forget to vote for your best presenter from Team RMIT Saigon South Campus on the QR code shown on the screen right now. Thank you.
Audiences? Okay, so let's come to our final presentation from our newbie for this year, Team Ant of Vinh University. Please, the team, please welcome to the stage. And remember, there will be the timekeeper here. You will have 20 minutes for a presentation and another 20 minutes for the Q&A session. Good luck, team.
So our presentation will start in 1, 2, and 3. Imagine you're Kate, this Kate. So you're having a business flight to Hong Kong in just 1 hour. However, you're facing some incident at work that may cause you to be late for the flight. So instead of panicking, you chatted with a virtual assistant from Cathay Pacific to reschedule the flight to 2 hours later. And even after arriving at the airport, you're dedicated to a premium lounge where you have very comfy space and zone where you can attend the next meeting. And even after arriving at Hong Kong, you're automatically connected to taxi drivers and also tour operators in Hong Kong so that you can enjoy the next few days in Hong Kong very enjoyably and flexibly. This is the future of Cathay Pacific that we, the Ant team, want to promote. And we believe that with the two-pronged strategy, differ to disrupt, Cathay Pacific is more than empowered than ever to achieve new heights in the aviation industry. So before delving deeper into the solution, let's have a quick look at the business snapshot. So currently, Cathay Pacific is a major international airline. It operates in cargo, also low-cost and premium airline brands. So it has an ultimate goal to become the best premium service airline brand in the world that will be resilient, agile, and also a very fully fledged CX experience. However, it is facing some problems where it is affected by unforeseen disruptions, which leads to solely international routes being affected and leads to a hit in revenue and also reduce in passenger capacity. But we believe that with its very strong and unique USB, especially in high-tech capabilities and also customer centricity and also a global connectivity with its airport in Hong Kong, Cathay Pacific will be empowered to solve these challenges and also neutralize these threats with these USB. So we present to you with a business question that is, how can Cathay Pacific leverage its high-tech capabilities and customer centricity to overcome unforeseen disruptions and achieve new heights in the aviation industry? So let's have a quick look at the problem analysis. So here we look at the two main problems. So the first one is the customer markets, and the second one is the company capabilities. So first of all is the customers and markets. We can see that although the airline industry is a very big global industry, it is characterized by unforeseen disruptions in this industry like weather, pandemic, a lot of things that we cannot predict beforehand. So in these kind of situations, travel becomes a non-essential item that consumer may reduce their spending on. But in the darkness, we find the light. We find a new segment where travel is not non-essential at all. That is where business meets with leisure. And we definitely find an opportunity to tap into a new segment and revolutionize the CX journey in this segment. So coming to the company capabilities, we can see that they're currently functioning very well in agility, also methods in redesigning the CX. But however, they can improve in their fully travel experience. That is, they are not catering to the post-flight experience yet, and they also not yet to leverage the ecosystem of partners and also suppliers in their ecosystem. And they also, the design thinking is still centralized to the CED department. So we also see this as an opportunity to build a corporate culture that is surrounding by design thinking and also to leverage the whole ecosystem in general. So coming to the competitive analysis, so with these problems in mind, we have a few options that we weigh. So we put up an effort and also impacts matrix. So we choose the one that have, so the first one will be the quick wins, where we have very fast results and very easy to implement. That will be a fully fledged CX experience, especially for the B leisure segment. And also for the second one, which is the major project that may be a little bit harder to implement, but have a very, very high impact, that will be invest in more tech capabilities and also a stronger design thinking culture. So with that in mind, we present to you the two-pronged strategy, differ to disrupt. So we come from design to deliver to differ, disrupt, so that we can achieve a status where we fully capture the B leisure segment, that is a rising segment in the travel industry, and also an ecosystem of partners and also services that can cater to this, our whole pool of customers. And also the design thinking is not only centralized to the CET department, but also to the whole company in general. So next will be my colleague HUČNG to present on the detailed strategy on differ to disrupt.
Thank you, Ngan. Okay, so moving on. So focusing into our client goals, they want to be the global leading in terms of premium service airline. That's why our solution aims to help them to achieve the new heights. That means that continue to pursue the design thinking philosophy from design to deliver. We further elevate our solution to be from differentiating customer experience to disrupting the airline industry. And what does that mean? We focus on, first of all, enhance the customer experience by differentiating our offering. And second is to enhance our tech capability in order to lead the future of sustainable innovation for Cathay. So moving on, how the two-pronged strategy synergize with each other. So at the core of our solution, we will still focus, we start with the customer. We understand the needs. We get their information, centralize it in one place in order to have a deep understanding of the customer, what they're up to. And second, we leverage our resources, including our partners and our tech capability to dynamically respond to the customer demand. And from this, we continually learn from the feedback and to drive innovation into the future. And from this, our value to bring not only to the customer by engaging them into our service, we bring a robust and sustainable innovation for our client Cathay, and also we will create an innovative shared economy in which every stakeholder, not only Cathay, but also in the travel industry as a whole, our hotel or our car partners, they can also benefit from the profit sharing model. This is our first strategy, differ. We will leverage the design thinking to enhance the customer engagement through a seamless experience and a personalized assistant. So what does that mean? First, we start with the customer insight. The customer we're targeting is B leisure. They are the segment that have a combined need of traveling for business purpose and also for travel purpose. So they want to extend a few days to discover Hong Kong, for example. And their needs is that they need to have the least disruptive travel as possible, and they demand highly flexibility in terms of their travel calendar, because by business nature, maybe some uncertainty occur during the stage. And their preferences is that they need a high-tech interaction in order to create a feeling of premium. That's why they choose our client Cathay. And they also, and by that they seek premium service. So the implication for Cathay when they're considering their solution is that, first of all, they need to create a seamless customer experience in order to save time. They're looking to save time, less disruptive. And second, to cater to the diverse and personalized needs of every high-value customer. Okay, so how are we going to achieve that? How are we going to achieve the seamless and the personalization? So we're leveraging our current resources of our client Cathay. So currently they are having a loyalty program called Asian Miles, and they have an extensive network of partners and services. We aim to integrate everything onto our app. And second is that we
continue to leverage the chatbot combined with Gen AI, which is something they want to extend into, to create a virtual assistant. We can deliver real-time, on-time assistance to our client when they travel with Cathay. And combine these two resources, we arrive at the Cathay Super Customer app and how this thing exactly works. So let's meet Catherine. She is the virtual assistant, and what she would deliver is that she will help customer to save time. By that, customer only need to input the information one time. And second is that we will have AI assistant for personalization purpose. So this is a process map. This is our customer. They're traveling to Hong Kong, and when they book flight with Cathay, they will be required to input their information, and we will get their consent in order to share information with our partners network. After that, when they incur some uncertainties when they are flying with us, they can quickly inquire support from the chatbot, and the chatbot will give some recommendation based on their real-time needs. And when they finish traveling with us, post-flight period, they can continue to use our app in order to book other services, for example, hotel or car rental. How we're going to execute this? So we have the enabler is that we currently have a chatbot, which will help them to execute their inquiry, but we will make it more robust. Second, we utilize our data analytics capability. And third, we'll leverage our partner networks with premium brand like hotel or car rental or other Visa card in order to have to serve the diverse needs of the customer. And what we need to further invest is that the cloud service in order to share the information of the partner by their consent with our partner networks. So moving on, you can see that this is how we differentiate by our chatbot initiative, but how we can continually to capture our customer interest in the long term. Our colleague Tien will present how we will sustain our innovation into the future.
Okay, so for a long-standing global company like Cathay, the long-term development is one of the key. And so in order to do that, we would like to look inward into their internal capability and propose a solution that enable them to strengthen their technology capabilities while also reinforcing and further the design thinking philosophy that they have implemented just several years ago. And we do this by placing the people at the core of this strategy. Okay, so up next, in order to better understand the needs of our client, we look at two of their wants, or their vision to be specific. So the first one is that Aldrich Cho, the general manager of digital, has clearly stated that Cathay Pacific want to be a technology company that operates airline, not an airline that is driven by technology. And second, they also want to further implement the design thinking approach across their businesses in different countries. And to be able to achieve these visions, we examine some business models as well as some best practices in order to help them. And we found that most of the digital business or the technology-based business are the ones to be most resilient during the pandemics or in general unexpected macro events. And the second is that we found that building a strong organizational culture that is deeply rooted in empathy and design thinking can be a way for this company to grow sustainably and also representing the design thinking approach. And this leads us to two implications. The first one is that we'll need to build the internal tech capabilities through attracting talents and also building the internal infrastructures, as well as the second is to build the culture by engaging with the employees and making them really feel and live the values of empathy and design thinking. And so to do this, we propose a two-component solution. The first one is a tech talent program which involves recruiting the tech talents from the top universities or the top companies in the region, and then train them to hone their skill continuously, and involving them into challenging projects or new projects that is driven by design thinking and agility. And then during that process, also enable them with investment into advanced technologies, to give them the space, the infrastructure to continually build upon their creativity, their innovativeness, and their ability to ideate. So basically, if you imagine companies like Google or Meta, that is the kind of environment that we try to simulate for the tech people at Cathay. Through all of this process, we would also offer them enhanced welfare and salary to create a competitiveness for Cathay over other businesses or other airlines who may also, want to attract tech talents. And then the second part of our solution is the design thinking and empathy culture. And I know that building a culture is a long-term thing. However, we believe that Cathay can start doing it today by really engaging with their company through two aspects. The first one is the design thinking training, because we, based on the information that they provided, they have been providing trainings to the high-level people. However, we would want this to expand to also the lower-level employees and also kind of implement this learn and retrain. So basically like a manager would learn, and then they would sort of embody those knowledge and train them back to their their subordinates, so that it could create this cycle of not just learn very inactively, but also learn and share and apply. And the second aspect is through the continuously monitoring and improving the experience of the employees and the ability of the employees to implement the philosophy of design thinking. And by, through surveys, feedbacks, and through engagement with the employees, not just like surveys only, but also conversations or training of the leadership in order to help enable their employees. And this, the two solutions would aim to help. The first one is to increase the innovation and the ability to weather unexpected future disruptions through technology, through strong internal technology. And the second is to be able to drive up the employees' buy-in. Because, for some organizations, they would say, we have these values, but the employees may not actually living those values. But for Cathay, we want them to actually represent the values and translate that into the way they serve their customers as well. And these two impacts would lead to an indirect impact, which is an improvement in our ability to drive revenue growth in the long term.
So after listening to the very comprehensive analysis with our friends, how will our solution be implemented in real life? So in this case, we divide our solution into two main phases. One is the quick win phase with the app, and the second one with the longer term phase with the differentiation strategy. So in the second phase, we will happen it for 3 years, and in the quick win phase, we will last it for only 2 years, and we will have the evaluation point at every middle of the 2 years. So how will our solution be defined with its impact? We expect to increase our customer satisfaction by 20% in the first 2 years, as well as becoming the first airline in Asia Pacific with the top of mind when they think of customer experience as well as technology disruption. And with this in mind, we expect that our companies will be able to gain its profit after 3 years of COVID-19. And our solution is also feasible because our cash flow is very high. It's about like $17 million per year, while our investment cost is only about more than $1 million. So it's a very feasible solution. And moving on to the risk and mitigation strategies. So we expect that three main risks that are associated with our solution. The first risk, which is the privacy issues, when they have the data being leaked, so the customer might not be satisfied. So with this in mind, we have to assure that the customer, they all know that how the data will be used, and they will all accept that the data will be used for these purposes. And the second risk is the replication risk from our customer, from our competitors. So with this, that's the reason why we move on with the long-term goal, which is developing the talent program to implement ourselves as one of the most disruptive technology companies in the world. And moreover, with the third risk, which is the talent acquisition risk, so we might face some difficulties in acquiring talent. So with this in mind, we will position ourselves as not only a tech companies, but it's also an ally tech companies. So it's already the end of our presentation, and if it's like an airplane flight, so we all must have safely landed. So thank you so much for listening, and we are open to all the questions that you might have.
Thank you, Team Ant, for such an amazing presentation. And now, let us proceed to the second part, 20-minute Q&A with the judges. And may I introduce Mr. Rohit Thoma for the first question.
Great presentation. I saw some very interesting points that you have highlighted. So I'll just start with one question. You referred to your app and under the theory of differ to disrupt. How does this app differentiate from what other airlines are doing? What do you think would be the key differentiating factor in this app as compared to others?
So may I borrow the projector? Okay, so I may start with how we design to do the apps. So we're leveraging what we currently have. Is that Cathay have a very good loyalty program with the extensive partner services, and we understand that the customer segment that we're serving for Cathay specifically, they're not serving the mass, but they're focusing on the premium, the B-leisure. That's why we're thinking that integrating the partner services onto our platform will be essential to win our customer hearts. Because they're looking for a diverse and personalized services catered to them. And secondly, because we already have a chatbot, but the Gen AI, according to the prompts, they are not specifying how they will integrate this. So we're thinking that with our data capability, we can leverage Gen AI to produce real-time recommendation for our customer when they have uncertainties incurred during their flight. So specifically, how we differentiate from other competitors' app is that, so normally when you come to an app of like, let's say, Vietnam Airlines, or you have to input your information multiple times from your first flight, your second flight, your third flight, and when you come to a partner of Vietnam Airlines, you may need to input your information again, and this creates a lot of disruption on the customer experience. But with our app, that's why we create the synergies for the retailer side. We integrate our app, we also share the information with our partner networks. That will help the customer to limit the time that they have to input information. And secondly, because we're also concerned that customers have their issue about their privacy, that's why we're considering this into our risk mitigation, that we ensure that this will be upheld to the highest level of transparency. The customer will know where the data will be utilized and will be only shared within our premium partner network. So this is how we're going to differentiate with the one-time input. And the second is that the AI assistant. So because one of the biggest issue in the airline industry is the disruption, the unexpected disruption. Maybe longer transit time, maybe delayed flights. So we aim to create a chatbot that can communicate naturally with the customer and entertaining them. So whenever they need assistance, they can chat their Catherine AI chatbot to recommend whatever they need to do up to in order to fill their dead time when there is longer transit time. Yeah.
Just a follow-up to what you were saying.
Yes.
You said this is, so your main thing is differ to disrupt. Then you also mentioned about that we are focusing to become a tech company.
Yes.
So by doing all of this, what you're saying, you are adding a layer to the transport journey of a passenger.
Yes.
But I'm still an airline. How do I change myself from being an airline and having features which make the journey better to becoming a tech company who is in the business of air transport? How do you foresee that change? It's not going to be that easy for shareholders to accept, because shareholders are used to certain profits and certain ways of looking at business. How are you going to handle that part of the business change?
Okay, may you allow me 30 seconds to discuss with our mate? So thank you for the question. So we believe that the app that Ngong has shared is like the quick win solutions that we want to deliver, because we believe that it's with the current capability they can quickly develop and implement. And the thing that they can differentiate is that they have more data. They utilize their data better than their competitors. But in terms of the long-term growth and how they're going to transform from an airline, kind of previously traditional, into a tech company, is through the improvement of their internal tech capabilities, like I have shared previously. And we believe that by saying that they are a tech company that operates an airline, they means that they really put technology at the focus of their business, but it's not necessarily that they're gonna be just like a tech company producing only tech products that serves airlines. They are still at the core an airline, but just much more technically advanced compared to their competitor. So does that answer your question?
Okay, so I have a few questions for team. Before that, congratulations for the excellent presentation.
Thank you.
So from your analysis, from the document provided, which part, which angle, which area of design thinking that you want to enhance by using AI? Maybe it's not so clear in your presentation right now.
Okay, so the part, we understand that the core principle of design thinking is that you understand the problem of the customer and can immediately or at least real time adjust your service in order to live up to the demand. That's why when we come up with our overarching strategy, embedding our design thinking, we were placing our customer as the central of our solution, which means that whatever the interaction we have with our customer, we will try to understand them by getting their information through our AI chatbot. So from that, we can respond to the customer problem. So yeah, that is how we leverage design thinking.
Yeah, so I just would like to add another, which is the way that we approach this case and how we propose these solutions. So we view design thinking as a methodology for the company in order to better understand their customers and produce better product. So of course, the solution shows that we want to better understand our customers, but we think that design thinking is a whole process, and each part is like equally important to create a great product. So it's more like a medium that we use to arrive at better customer service, better business. Yeah.
So I'm still not clear which part of the whole process, like you just said, that you think that AI can help to improve.
Short answer to that is the problem detection. So detecting the problem with the customer.
Okay, got it. And also, I'm not so sure which part of the case that you find design thinking is not the current culture in the Cathay Pacific, because I read that they have the agile team. So in principle, if a company have an agile team, it's become a culture. It's come across different functions.
Right. So based on the information, we see that they have like implemented this in 2017, which is like over 5 years ago. So that's not like a very long time. And even though they do have Agile's team, the culture that we're talking about is like across every business function. So not just the people directly building the products, but also people executing the products, like the flight attendants, the people who sells the tickets and things like that.
That's the principle of Agile team. Agile team includes everybody needed in that project, from like customer service to marketing to sales to everybody needed. So that's the principle.
So I may want to add on to my colleague's answer. So that is for the design thinking currently, it is a concept applied to, solve the identify problems in the customer. But we also want to promote this culture as a method to also detect and also to build to hear from the opinions of our talents as well in the company, not only targeted at the customer, but also putting our employees at the forefront, at the heart of the business by using design thinking.
Okay, team, thank you for your presentation. I found your part, particularly on the culture piece, quite fascinating because, my own personal view is that we do really need to identify on our corporate culture, on our corporate ID, on our corporate branding side of things to really have a sustainable long-term type of approach for all our stakeholders. Now, on that piece, you mentioned that there's going to be a talent program for any new incoming staff. The first part of my question is, what will you do in order to improve that culture side of things for the empathy and design culture for our existing staff and existing stakeholders? And then the second part of the question is, how do you actually monitor whether culture is improving or not?
Right. So I think for the first question, so how we're going to improve it for the existing staff, we want to do it through first to inform them of what is design thinking. Even though they already have several training sessions, we want to make this more extensive and more like not just a teach and learn thing, but it's more like a practice that the employees engage in monthly or just on a frequent level. And the second part is that they're gonna have to train. We would like to train the leaders, so the managers, the directors, in order to infuse that spirit within their team. And then for how we're gonna monitor it, we believe that it's important to develop several criteria in order to, evaluate what does success means for design thinking, and we believe that it can be through employee surveys. So how do they feel about their learning curves and their experience? We're gonna evaluate it through the output, so the product that they create, and I think that the third is like the business impact. So does the applications of all of these things actually help to drive tangible and tangible and long-term growth for the business?
Just a follow-up question to that. So you're saying in terms of education for the first piece, so you'll be educating the existing staff. Is education enough to really change that culture in an organization for existing staff? Some of these existing staff may have been in the organization for 20, 30 years. How will you change their mindset to follow the culture that you want to implement within the organization?
Right. So I think when it comes to changing mindset, it's a two-way thing. So the first thing is that we would need to share our values and our visions and persuade the employees. But also the second way is the employees also need to buy in, personally resonating with that. And for the first part, we would try to do that by showing them the concrete impacts that this can have on the business and on their personal, professional development. So of course on the business side it's quite clear, but on the personal, professional development, we can employ design thinking to help them solve any personal concern by having a coach, executive coach, or just the director being the coach to their teammates. And then for the second way, which is the employee resonating with their own values, we believe that as a business is trying to transform, there may be some people who find that they don't resonate with their values anymore. And so it's important for the leader to acknowledge this and to feel okay with some employees leaving, if that's what's necessary to, for the whole team to move forward.
I saw that your strategies differ to disrupt, right? So every business, or most of the business, or all the business that when they do business, that they always think about customer-centric. So how different we are, that's the first one. The second one is that you want to disrupt in any business, that if you want to disrupt the business for an industry, for instance, let's say in Vietnam a few years ago, that we still do the traditional payment with the e-wallet or with the mobile app. Now that we really change the way we operate, change the way we do business, right? And how are you going to do it? Because you're not going to change the way that the airline industry operate, the way that people do business, the way that people are gonna book or gonna go travel. And another last point is the investment cost is only $1 million US. With $1 million US, no way that you can disrupt the market.
So can you, so I think you have three questions.
So the first question would be how our approach of customer-centric will be different. Second is about disruptive in terms of what is the disruption that we bring into the industry. And the third is how we're going to do it, which is $1 million. Okay, so I think I can handle the part about customer-centric. So in the case, they mention about the balance between human contacts and also application of technology. To us, we define how we will approach the customer-centric in the sense that that's why we're developing our tech team. So our tech will be serving for the people. It's not like a humanless, but it is based on the human needs, and it solves the urgent need of the customer. That's why we develop a very robust tech team in order to deliver that. And second, because we deliver a chatbot, which can respond to the customer in real time, tackle the challenge immediately. That's how we approach the problem of customer-centric.
What we are doing is that, how about that all the airlines, that are they doing the same, or they also can do that? How different is it?
I think the differentiation lines with our sustainable long-term planning for our technical capability, because we change the culture, and also we train the people in order to able to develop a tech thing that fit with the customer needs. So that will be the differentiation.
Yeah, so I would just like to reinforce her point a little bit, since I talk about the long term. So the way that we differentiate, and to your second question, which is how we're going to disrupt, is Cathay Pacific has realized an early need to leverage technology in order to create a comparative advantage. And we believe that other airlines, even though they are implementing a lot of technological innovations, a lot of it is still outsourced. And when you outsource a product, it's like you make an order and people do it for you, but you don't do it for your customers. So for Cathay, it's different because we're building an internal team to do that. And when the internal team couple with the culture, they're gonna be very, very customer driven, and they do it for their own customers.
So we need to be very careful with the internal technical team, right? Because normally that when there is new technology or innovation in the market, and if you just buy, sometimes it's much cheaper than you develop on your own. And also in terms of disruption, I still don't see any disruption from what you describe here.
Yeah, so we have our own competitive strategies. So A, the company is already famous for its very good customer experience, and the company is already serving the high-value customers. So we will use the technologies as an add-on service. It's not the only differentiators because we are different already, but it will be like an add-on service. So customer, when they use our airline, they will not only be able to have a very good customer service, but they are also be able to be prevented from all the unexpected things thanks to the AI. So that's what makes our strategies more comprehensive for our customer. And with the financial, so how can we disrupt it with only $1 million US? So it's not like the super disruptive things, but it's just what makes our already disruptive customer experience more enhanced. And I think 1 million is fair enough. And even though the cost 10 times folds, so we are also able to finance it within 1 year. So I think the financial aspect is also very feasible as well.
And I think we don't have any more questions. Thank you so much, Precious, for your question. Thank you, Team VinUni, so much for your presentation today. Good job on your performance. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Yong Han, Ms. Nguyen Pham, Mr. Khoa Ngo, and Mr. Rohit Tomar to move to the church deliberation room. You can see me move down. Thank you. Now, in the meantime, we will have a little bit of a longer break than normal since our church have to deliberate the results and announce the winners of today's competition. In the meantime, please vote for the best presenter from Team Vin University. I'll introduce again Team University, consisting of 4 members, Nguyễn Phương Hoa, Lê Phương Ngân, Dương Bảo Tiên, and Huỳnh Hải Ngân. Please vote for your best presenter on Team Vin University through the QR code shown on the screen right now.
And our prestigious sponsor for this award is Elsa Speak from Elsa Corp, the owner of top 5 AI-based English communication app. Elsa Speak has more than 50 million downloads globally and more than 400 corporate partners and clients in Vietnam, including FPT Software, Techcombank, Bosch, TMA Solution, and etc.
And to anyone who just joined, HSBC Business Case Competition is a top-tier hackathon for university students to solve industry cases within 3 hours. Those were the cases that you were seeing today, you witnessed today, and those were cracked in only 3 hours. From the reading of the case, understanding of the case, to cracking and presenting the case. So it's very extreme, exposes the students to extreme time pressure. And the national champion from this round will represent Vietnam to compete in Hong Kong with other APAC regional champions.
And don't forget to vote for your best presenter of Vin University, because we're gonna close it very soon to have our 4 best presenter to choose out the most chosen best presenter for this champion round right after that.
Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Now, we have gone through 4 presentations, and of course, we have voted for the best presenter from each team. And now this is the time for us to really take a look at the 4 presentations and the winners from each team. Now, the winner from each team will get into another vote for the best presenter of the round today. So the 4 names on the board here right now will go on to the best presenting of this round. So let's announce the first winner from the first team today. It's Nguyễn Cẩm Ly from FTU Hanoi team.
And the second best presenter is Huỳnh Tấn Bảo Tân from FTU Hồ Chí Minh City. Fantastic team.
And the third best presenter, Nguyễn Thị Lâm Phương from RMIT Saigon South Optimus team.
And the final one is, I'm curious, Miss Huỳnh Bảo Ngân from Vinh University and team.
And these 4 names, Nguyễn Cẩm Ly, Huỳnh Tấn Bảo Tân, Nguyễn Thị Lâm Phương, and Huỳnh Hải Ngân will enter another vote. So let's see the QR code for the vote for the best presenter of the champion round right now. And so please, for the audiences here, offline and online, you on live stream, please scan the QR code and vote for the best presenter of the whole round of your choice. And the votes will stop when the judges return to this room. Thank you.
Who get the most choices for this vote will receive an extra gift from Coursera, 1 year Coursera Plus. Excuse me, it's 1 month Coursera Plus. As we only have 1 more minute before the closing of our vote, please hurry up to vote for your favorite member.
Please welcome back our churches. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the awarding ceremony of HSBC Business Case Competition 2024. And before we begin, I would like to say thank you and congratulations to our participants today for your amazing work. Especially, we are very grateful for our dear admirable churches, a very vital part of this competition. Your questions have given the competitors here today, not just the presenters, but also everyone in the audience, including us, very insightful ideas, very new aspects to your industry and your particular expertise. We understand that you must be very busy, but yet you are here today supporting us, and to that we say thank you to you.
And now, I would like to introduce on stage Mr. Ngo to have a few words to this competition.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling? So for me, that I'm feeling relief because I'm released from being a judge. It's the most difficult job that I've been doing during my time at HSBC. And I also feel very excited that we are coming to the most exciting part of the competition today. So the competition is devised by the Asia Case Research Center in Hong Kong and for Asia Wise program, which HSBC is proud to sponsor, not just only in Vietnam, but also in many other countries in the region. And in Vietnam, this is the 11th year at HSBC Vietnam that we're sending a team to Hong Kong for the business case competition with other countries and markets. And it's also the 9 years at HSBC Vietnam that we organized that event week visit. And when I look at the competition of the last year and my second year at being the judging panel for the final round, I can see that how talented you are. I can see that the knowledge, that the excitement, and also that the dedication for all of the participants. And I couldn't help to look at myself at the age of yours, and I wouldn't be able to do anything that you have been doing during the competition or today. Congratulations. And the competition is developed or devised to really help the people, that the student in Vietnam, to acquire more skill. It doesn't matter how good that we are, there's always room for improvement and development, be it that analytical skill, problem-solving skill, teamwork, or influencing skill. So in HSBC, and also we see our partner that we really committed to helping, and also you guys, and also developing those skills for the students in Vietnam for today and also for future careers. I'd like to thank Visit, our partners, for their dedication, their contribution, their commitment to the event over the years. I also like to thank you, Visit, that our partner, for being the judging panel today. I look forward to working with you, our partner, in the years to come. I also like to thank the university and also the students that are spreading the business spirit and also contributing to the development of education, and also that the people, that the students in Vietnam. And I think that together that we're going to contribute more to the development of our educational system, our students here for today and also for future skill set. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ngo, for a very touching message. And I believe that we all feel very motivated and can learn something from your speech. And now I also want to introduce Ms. Uyên Phạm from Wisdom Seed Board of Visit to address your ending remarks.
Hello everyone. So first of all, congratulations to all the team here today. I think you must be so proud of yourself to making this far and to have a wonderful presentation. So regardless the result, I mean that's the excellent work. So I have few things to share. First of all, I want to wear my hat of advisor for visit, right? So with that hat, I want to share my thank you to HSBC and all the judges here that allow us to be a partner for such an amazing and meaningful activity. For those who don't know visit, we have our commitment, and that's also my personal commitment, that how can we expand the access to a higher education for all the students in Vietnam, especially for someone who not have advantage or the privilege to attend. So maybe they are your classmates. So thank you, HSBC, for all the partnership during such a long time. The second hat I want to wear is a hat of a judge. I think this year is the first year I'm sitting here, unlike you. You have 1 year's experience. But I think few of the faces here, I already have a chance to meet you. And I'm so happy that how you has transformed, let's put that way, in the work today. Very good work. And I think that your journey is not stopped here. It's just one of the first start for all of you. And you will have a very great future, because all the talent sitting here do a great job today. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen Pham, for your speech. Of course, we all know that throughout this competition, it's a whole learning journey. It's not just a one-day competition. And now, without further ado, the most exciting, the most awaited, the most nerve-wracking part of today. What is it, guys? Yes, the award ceremony. Now, what award would you like to hear? Who's the winner first? The best presenter. Thank you. Now, the best presenter result will be presented right now. So you guys can say with me, So let's go.
Louder, louder.
Louder, louder. And the winner of the presenter of champion round, Nguyễn Thị Lâm Phương from RMIT Saigon South. Please come to the stage to receive your award.
And I also want to introduce Mr. Robert Thoma and Ms. Nguyen Pham to come to the stage to celebrate with our best presenter.
Congratulations, Nguyễn Thị Lâm Phương, for winning the best presenter of the champion round, HSBC Business Case Competition 2024. And please, I would like to invite Ms. Nguyen and Mr. Rohit to stay on the stage. And I would like to also invite Mr. Khoa Ngo onto the stage to reward, and Mr. Yong Han to announce the winners of our 2 second runner-up first, and then the 1 first runner-up, and ultimately our champion of today.
Okay, I just probably want to just open up by saying that for those of you that were at the networking dinner last night, the RMIT team were very kind to share the keys to success over here. The key as in CEY, right? Yeah. So confidence, enthusiasm, I translated that to energy as well as being yourself. And we definitely saw that being outworked by each of our teams today, which I'm also very proud to have witnessed and experienced. So, now for announcing
the 2 second runner-up.
I'm going to begin with the 2 second runner-ups, and they are FTU Ho Chi Minh and FTU Hanoi. Can you come onto
FTU
the
Ho
stage,
Chi Minh
please?
and FTU Hanoi, you guys have won the second runner-up of HSBC Business Case Competition 2024. Now, I would like to invite both teams to go up on the stage right now to receive your award.
Do you want me to stand here? They hold this? You guys should be holding it.
One big picture together, please. One big picture together. Let's go one big picture together. Team 3 holds it. The camera is in the middle here, please. Camera in the middle. Congratulations again, Team FTU Hanoi and Team FTU Ho Chi Minh for winning the second runner-up of HSBC Business Case Competition 2024. You might return to your seats now, but judges, please stay on stage.
Okay, and now Mr. Yong Han will help us to announce our first runner-up of HSBC Business Case Competition, Vietnam.
Okay, deep breath.
We will also review the champion.
Okay,
well.
so
Very important.
before I announce this, I must say there was quite a bit of deliberation between the judges, and there were a lot of discussion, which is why we took a little bit of time to actually come back upstairs. I can say, even at least from my perspective, it was extremely close. It was very, very close. Anyway, without much further ado, the first runner-up of the competition in 2024 is RMIT Saigon.
Congratulations, Team Optimus from RMIT University, Saigon South, for clinching the first runner-up of HSBC Business Case Competition.
Please come up to the stage to receive your award of first runner-up in the HSBC Business Case Competition 2024. And now the champion of HSBC Business Case Competition 2024 is named Vinh University. Please, Vinh University, please come up to the stage to receive your Champions Award. Vinh University, it will be Vietnam's representative to represent Vietnam in the HSBC HKU Business Case Competition regional round in Hong Kong in May. Congratulations, Vinh University again, and please give a big applause for Vinh University. Vinh University have spectacularly rise over 44 teams from everywhere in Vietnam to be the champions, and they will be Vietnam's representative to compete in the HSBC Global Business Case Competition happening in Hong Kong this year from 26th to 29th May. Please join me in wishing the best for our champions here in Vietnam.
A big congratulations to everyone. A big congratulations to everyone. And thank you so much for being a part of this year's competition, HSBC Business Case Competition in 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of HSBC Business Case Competition 2024 Champion Round. On May 23rd, there will be regional rounds, so stick around for that event. Please stay updated following HSBC Case Competition fan page. But now, I would like to invite all of us to take a group photo together. So may I invite all of you back to your seats, and I would like to invite the photo team up on the stage to take it down below.